Hello everyone, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day so far. I'm doing alright today. I'm using a little bit of a different facial tracking, so just be prepared that it might look a little different than normal. But how's everybody doing? Welcome on in, Ralph. How are you? Are you getting started with some PvP over there? Or are you just hanging out for now? I was watching, I turned on to Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End earlier, and it was, the best scene in the whole franchise where they're like fighting Davy Jones and shit. The whole like Barbossa, just kiss already scene. So I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy I got to see that today. You did a match, it feels better if you were doing it with people joke around. Well, yeah. I mean, that's one way to look at it, yeah. I think, although most things in MMOs, right, are better if you have, like, people to play with, right? Yeah. I mean, like, I enjoy the PvP in FF14. It's a little bit harder to play with the group because of the rules that they have in place. Because they make you jump through some hoops to play with other people because they don't want, like, stacked teams going up against people who queue in single, So, but that also creates other problems, So it's a little bit, you have to jump through some hoops if you want to get some real group play in there. But I've always found that it's best when you have like two pre-mades going up against each other and maybe like swapping out who's in the pre-made. You know what I'm saying? But that also requires like 10 people to be together. Oh, you queued for frontline blows, man. Frontline is awful. It is literally a vehicle for getting tomes. It blows, and it used to be better because the PvP mechanics were different. Just like me, you blow. Lana's gone from suck to blow. But yeah, it used to be better because the PvP mechanics were a little bit more in-depth. And also, you could queue in frontline with 8-man groups, and the 8 versus 8 versus 8 was pretty good. I used to have a PvP team back in, like, Stormblood, and we did 8v8v8, and that was actually kind of fun. I used to be a Scholar main in PvP in Stormblood, which I know, shocking that I would ever pick up Scholar, but I did. And it was pretty good, but the changes that they made to PvP in Endwalker have made Frontline worse, but have made Crystalline Conflict better than Frontline ever was. So I don't suggest going into Frontline for anything other than trying to figure out how you've like how you play the class, Have I ever seen 5 bios? No, I have not seen 5 bios. I imagine that's not something that you easily heal through. But I mean, you could just, you could do that and like coordinate 5 scholars to all bio at the same time. And that would be hellish. Again, the more coordinated you are though, like a team that has people who call out hits on certain people, it does way better than a team who's just scattered. And it's up to chance if you have anybody who actually makes callouts and those sorts of things, But I enjoy Crystalline Conflict a whole lot more than Frontline. Frontline is just a vehicle for tomes, Maybe so that you can learn your class a little bit and, like, just practice feeling it in your fingers. But after that, no way, man. But I was watching some Pirates of the Caribbean earlier, and I was like, this really is the best shit, isn't it? Also good leveling alt jobs. Yes, it is good for leveling alt jobs. It's another roulette that you can do every day. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it's the best shit, man. I love Pirates of the Caribbean. I need to rewatch the whole thing. Because I think the Curse of the Black Pearl is like primo in terms of atmosphere. Absolutely primo. So I'm like looking down over here because I have my stylus in my hand for some reason for my tablet. And I'm like playing with it. Because I always have to have something in my hands to play with, you know? It's not one thing, it's another. How you doing though, Lana? You just hanging out right now? Are you ready for some gay shit? Starlight, oh yeah, I forgot. Imagine RPing in an RPG. Wait, I forgot, sorry. But oh well. I hope you enjoy your time with the gays here. And find it relaxing a little bit. Certainly more relaxing than some of the people that you'd be interacting with over there. I can well imagine. But anyway, I think I gave shoutouts yesterday. I want to give shoutouts again to Ishnai and Harharatan for their follows. Thanks again, y'all, and welcome to the Cat Carrier. Enjoy your sentence. And I got a shout out to Arctic Song, and I'm very appreciative to that. I hope everyone's been doing well today. I'm gonna pop right in here in a second. Last time was the really emotional one, wasn't it? It was the one where I cried 3 times. We learned about Juliet's daughter, who is no longer with us. We had Aspen confessed her feelings to Miho. Miho also encountered another Gumio, and then afterwards there was a small panic before Miho confessed her feelings back to Aspen, and they're now together. So it can only get better from here, right? Alright, let's go in. Where were we?
It's about time.
So I think we're in chapter 4 somewhere. Alright. And I want to say there are 5 chapters, by the way, so this may be a stream or a stream and a half until we're done here. Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The 3 of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about.
Hell yeah, give me the deets.
And I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider.
Are we gonna have children?
But have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably the thing I should have guessed, huh? Juliet also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
We gotta break the curse.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through.
It was pretty fucking dreadful.
Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho. I know it's much more complicated than just that. But I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
You've got a point. Not having to worry about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
Head empty, no thoughts.
Right, I thought you might agree.
I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic. Well, half true. This life would be easier, but the life I used to lead, I couldn't have survived without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible. So no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
Yes, it is. 'Cause they can't see each other every single day of their lives, you know? That just ties him down way too much. The only two people who've actually remembered me are in this room right now. All of the other people I've met here in Welly, I couldn't really call them my friends as much as I've liked spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they're concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd even stay in town or not. But now that I've gotten here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even if there's nothing I can do about my magic, I can at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with others too. Not just Aspen and Juliet.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to at least work on it.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite. But I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic. If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
You know, it's probably got to do with the scroll that she has, from Changyin. And none of them know how to translate it yet, but if anything, I'm guessing that the scroll has some sort of means to have her make a choice, I think. You love Aspen, I love Aspen too. I'm just a simp for Aspen, that's why this is the Aspen Simp Run.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho. Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality, so it can be difficult to discern what's true and what isn't.
Sorry, Julia, I'm covering you up right now.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho, huh?
Well, you could talk to the other Gumiho. One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure how willing she'd be to help. I still haven't mentioned the other Gumiho I met to Aspen and Juliet in my head. Oh, sorry. In my head, I've started calling her Silver. It just feels wrong somehow. If someone had told other people when I was around, I would have been furious with them. It would have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder too. As a fellow Gumiho, I've kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all we know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumiho out here in Wellington, and I'd have no idea. I don't think that's the case, though. Besides, Silver seems unhappy enough with one intruder on her territory as it is. Maybe that's something else I can ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow, I know I haven't seen the last of her. For now, I just sit back and listen as Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like I should be more involved. It's my magic after all. But this is the one area where I can't really contribute. I can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again, though. I have to try something on my own, too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. As it gets closer to time for Aspen to leave, Juliet checks at the clock and stands up.
Off to bed?
Not yet, actually. Would you mind staying just a moment longer, Aspen? I have something I'd like to give Miho.
Again, sorry I cover up Juliet.
It's somewhat related to what we were just talking about.
Do we have a gift? Is she gonna put a little bell collar on me?
Oh, no, I don't mind.
For me? What is it?
Well, the bead is potentially related, yeah. Because, we know that the more she seems to become human, the warmer the bead gets. And the less human you are, typically the colder the bead gets.
You'll see. I'll be right back.
Give me a gift. Disappearing upstairs, I hear Julia enter her study for a moment before returning with a small, nicely wrapped box.
There's no particular occasion, but still, I felt like wrapping it.
She's still got her eyes wide. Juliet hands me the package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over, examining. I've never had a gift before. Well, yes, you have, but not a gift like this. Clearing her throat, Aspen seems a bit impatient.
Don't just keep us in suspense.
Okay.
I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped the package with, revealing.
Oh, wow.
It's a phone! One that I recognize.
It's the same as Aspen's.
You got her a phone.
What a coincidence, right?
But yeah, what a coincidence, huh?
I consulted Aspen to make sure I got the same one. I thought it would be best if she can help show you how to use it. I'm a little behind the times on things like devices.
As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny and cold to the touch. I hold it in both hands to make sure I don't drop it.
Thank you. Really. This is the nicest thing I've ever owned.
It's probably the most expensive thing she's ever owned.
Think nothing of it. As you have more loved ones and responsibilities, it's important that you be able to stay in touch.
I bet the second she said loved ones, Aspen was all giddy.
In fact, that was what gave me the idea in the first place. Like Aspen, I'd also been thinking about your magic and the ways that it might work. So I wonder...
She had a wallet in the beginning with a passport. She might have had a throwaway phone as well. But I don't think she had a dedicated phone in the beginning.
Would seeing someone in a video call serve to refresh someone's memory of you?
A video
Or is
call?
it necessary to see each other in person?
Yo, is Miho gonna become a streamer?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yo, Miho streamer? Streamer-chan?
I can't believe I never thought to ask that before.
Oh yeah, so they should test it out by like having some random person call her, and then checking out like 2 days later.
Neither Aspen nor I would want to gamble.
Or checking
our
out it like
memories
24
with
hours
Mia
later.
in case it turns out not to work. So we need to find someone else to participate in our little experiment.
Yeah, just some rando.
With that in mind, I'm
Ask
not sure
Lena.
what to ask. It's a harmless trial, but still a bit much to
Let's
ask of a
do
total
Lena.
stranger.
Someone willing to try something weird without hesitation?
Yes, thank you.
I'll text Lena.
Willing to try something weird without hesitation. While Aspen does that, I stare at the device in my hands. Could something so small really solve so many problems? It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would be a lot better than nothing if this works. Even if not, I won't let that change my earlier decision to find some way to be remembered by the people I've met. Just like researching my magic, I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out.
Alright, Lena says she's willing to give it a go. I told her I'd explain more when I saw her.
Yes, let's get Lena in here.
Usually you'd think those would happen in the other order, but this is Lena we're talking about. Miho, would you like to come down to the Bell House to see her with me now?
Sure. As long as Juliet doesn't mind me leaving the library.
By all means. I'm eager to see if this works as well.
Our supportive lesbian MILF.
So it's settled then. Shall we be off, Miho?
Yeah, let's go. We haven't had any Lena for a long time, so let's go.
Morning, boss!
Hey, Lena.
So, you're the person with the weird memory thing, right?
See those ass wings, by the way?
Yep, that's me.
I've already introduced myself to Lena more times than I can count. Still, what's one more? This will be a great start to my new goal of making sure the other people I've gotten to know don't keep forgetting me.
I'm Miho. We've met before, actually. At tennis and at the Bell House and a few other times, too.
Okay, makes sense to me. So how do we do this?
She doesn't question it at all. She's like, yeah, well, you know, you have a weird memory thing, so I guess I've seen you before, who knows?
Really? That's it?
Exactly.
What you mean?
I would have thought you'd take more convincing than that. I guess I'm not surprised, but...
Nah, it lines up. I remember doing all those things that Miho mentioned, but I couldn't think of who I was with.
Oh, okay. Lena's smarter than we give her credit for.
Now I can stop trying to remember that and devote that brain power to something else.
One of her 3 cells was devoted to it for so long.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll need it. So, let's see.
I just need to get Miho's number, right? And then video call her tonight?
Right. Any time should be fine as long as it's before this time tomorrow. Miho can come with me again in the morning, and we'll see if you know who she is.
They're both so clueless.
You got it! I'll try extra hard to remember her.
Extra hard.
I'm not sure it works like that, unfortunately. I wish it were that simple.
Maybe it is, and you just didn't try hard enough.
You just didn't try hard enough. Placing a finger on either temple, Lena closes her eyes and hums deeply.
Does that help?
Shh, don't interrupt.
Lena hums a bit longer, and then opens her eyes with a wink and a thumbs up.
Okay, got it. Of course it helps. It's my secret technique.
I want to know her secret technique.
Whoa! If it works, then maybe you could teach Aspen too.
I can tell you my secret technique, by the way, for memorizing people's credit cards.
I think I'm alright, actually.
But what if it's really useful?
That's a very big if.
Whatever. You'll see tomorrow when I remember all of this. Anyway, Miho, what's your number?
It's,
I pull out the phone Juliet gave me, inspecting it closely.
I'm not sure where it is.
Shouldn't it be written somewhere? I look around the edges, trying to find anything that seems fitting.
Let's do this instead. Miho, may I see your phone?
I hand the device to Aspen, who swipes one finger up and begins to quickly tap through the screens.
Whoa, you're a pro at this. Juliet's a lot slower whenever she uses hers.
I'm not sure that Juliet's the right standard. She still prefers a landline when she can.
Yeah, but I think it's probably a good idea to have a landline too, just so that you have a backup.
Okay, here. I saved Lena's number for you, Miho. Now you can call her so she can save your number.
Right.
Totally clueless.
Okay, let's see.
Taking my phone back, I try to remember how to do that. Lena comes and watches from behind Aspen.
New phone?
Who dis? Moving away, Aspen brushes the imaginary dirt off her shoulder.
You're in my bubble.
That's the same kind Aspen has, right?
Yup! This is the first phone I've owned.
I love Lena so much.
Wow, really? So then how do you check Triller or Space Face?
Space face.
What are those?
Stumbling backwards, Lena seems like she's at a loss for words, which might be the first for her. I guess she has something in common with Aspen. Completely relatable Aspen and IRL, what, the personal bubble thing?
Wow, you really do have a lot of catching up to do. I'll help you get set up when I call you. It's like, you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible, I hate it, but you have to have it. Space Phase, I don't know about. Everyone you...
Yeah, guys, you don't need to have a Triller, but you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible and it's an awful sight.
Okay, I think that's enough, Lena.
Okay, I don't have a Twitter either. But I was thinking about making a Twitter just for go live notifications.
Oh, you never let me finish talking!
Lena's your spirit animal. This is like you with 50% of the content in 14, right? You're like, oh my god, I hate every single thing in this game, but I have to do it, you know? You can't not do it.
You never would finish talking if I didn't stop you.
That's not true!
For a second, Lena seems pretty serious, but then she thinks about it a second.
Well, maybe a little. But just a little. Anyway, it's fine. I'll tell Miho when I talk to her tonight. See you guys later!
I'm going to be in there with you in like 2 minutes.
That's later, isn't it?
Yeah, it is later. That's exactly something I would say. 2 minutes is later, so I'll see you later. You want to be as random and chaotic as she is and upbeat? Well, just drink a little bit of coffee, you'll get there. If that doesn't work, drink a little bit more. If that doesn't work, keep drinking. Lena flaps her wings proudly as she walks into the bell house. You want ass wings too, by the way, Lana? You're happy to say Aspen is mine. You love the win comments. Yeah. There's a reason why I married her. I don't know, do you? No, I sit in a chair too much every day to want ass wings.
You let her win, huh?
The ass wings will make it a lot harder for me to stream, you know? What do I do? Like, slide them underneath the cushion of my, like, thing? Or, like, what do I do? Oh, do I want you? I'm thinking about it. Let me think about it for a second. Aspen sighs.
Sometimes it's better to just let her go. But I'm glad she said she'd help out. She's a mess, but she sticks to her word at least.
You two seem pretty close.
Do we? We started working here at the same time, so we've spent a lot of time together. You've spent more time with her outside the Bell House than I have, though. She can be a lot, but she comes through when it matters. Like with this.
I knew before messaging her that she'd be willing to help out. It's just how she is.
Don't you dare tell her I said that, though.
Stepping towards the Bell House door, Aspen turns to say goodbye to me.
Well, it's my least favorite time of the day.
Aww.
Say goodbye.
I say that too.
It's not too late to ditch work and hang out with me instead.
Believe me.
I
it
also
sounds
say that
more and more
too.
tempting each day.
I say that to Lana every day. I'm like, you know, you could just ditch raid and come to stream.
That just means I have to keep trying. I should probably get back to the library too, though.
Yes, don't let me keep you. As much as I'd like to.
We come together for a quick kiss. I like this new routine of doing that every time we say goodbye.
I'll see you tomorrow then.
Of course. You know where to find me.
Good. I hope you have a wonderful day, Miho. I love you.
I love you too. Have a good day at work.
I'll do my best.
Aspen walks inside and the bells over the door chime like they're happy to see her. I wait until the door fully closes behind me and she disappears out of sight before I head out on my way. Oh, I know you're the Raidley. I'm not asking you to do nothing. I'm just joking. Made me stumble over my words for a second there. Or maybe it's just the coffee. It's almost bedtime when my phone finally buzzes, startling me and almost making me drop my phone on my face. Lena's name pops up and I tap what I hope is the right button.
Hello? Miho? Can you hear me? It's Lena!
It's very good sound design there. Her face fills the screen, making it pretty easy to see who she is. I wiggle the phone around, trying to make it point at my face. Problem is, it's reversed, so I keep confusing myself. How does Aspen use this thing so much?
Hi! I see you! Can you see me?
Yep. Hi!
She waves at the camera with her free hand. I have to sit up to do the same thing.
Thanks for calling. This is gonna be a big help.
No, yeah, no problem. Sorry I've forgotten you so many times.
Sorry I've forgotten y'all so many times.
I know I'd be totally upset if people couldn't remember who I was. It's like, hello? How can you forget me?
How can you forget me?
It's alright.
Jesus
I'm pretty
Christ.
used to it by now.
Yeah, but still, it's gotta suck. I've got an idea, though. I'll just call you like this every night, and that way I won't forget you, right? If this works out, I mean.
Lena's so excited to have a friend.
Yeah. If it works. I really hope it does. Still, every night...
Even if the phone makes it a lot easier, that's still a lot of phone calls to make. Forever. Then you gotta be a streamer, mijo. Just go live at like 8 p.m. And if all your friends tune in, and if they don't tune in, well, they're not your friend anymore, so don't worry about it. It's great though. Just go live every night for like an hour. And just be a streamer.
Yeah, it's no big deal, though. I mean, I'm always on my phone before I go to bed anyway, so I can just make calling you part of my routine, like brushing my teeth and stretching.
So you want to check that. It's funny how that word keeps getting in the way forever. Yeah, okay. I didn't read that.
Ever since I quit ballet, I have more free time, so I can fit it in. That way I won't forget to do it. That would be kind of funny if I did, though. Not like funny, but funny like ironic. I think that's how you use that word. Aspen always tells me I'm wrong, though.
Oh, clearly she really wants someone to talk to all night. And I'm here for it.
Actually, speaking of Aspen...
Lena goes on to tell me a story about work today, which turns into a story from work the day before. She goes on like that for a while. I try to smile and laugh when it seems appropriate, but my arm is starting to get sore from holding out my phone like this. Finally, she runs out of steam and yawns, switching into sleepy mode in seconds.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm super tired. You're coming to the Bell House in the morning, right?
So you must tease? Yeah, please. Also, once you get me in call and Discord, I go on like this for until 7 a.m.
Yup. I'll be there with Aspen.
So I get it.
Okay, see you soon then. I hope. Well, I'll see you either way. But I hope I remember you. Sorry if I don't.
That's fine. Thanks for trying. Good night.
I try to figure out how to hang up, but my finger hovering over the screen like I'm about to squish a bug. Fortunately, Lena does it first, and that ends the call for both of us. I lie back down on my bed with my phone in my hand. It isn't heavy, but it's definitely a big deal. If this works out with Lena tomorrow, it could change everything for me again. I'm not sure if Lena really thought about what she was getting into when she said she'd call me every day. Same goes for Aspen and Juliet, of course. I'm sure all of them mean it when they promise, but those are really hard promises to keep, no matter who's making them, even though they're all willing to go through so much trouble for me. Odds are, at some point, at least one of them will eventually miss a day, and that will be that. No second chances. Even if we started over, it would never be exactly the same. With my other hand, the one that isn't holding up the phone, I reach up and grab my necklace, feeling the warmth of my bead. Actually, it wouldn't be completely different, because those people still remember stuff like, oh, I did this with someone. There was someone that I shared this moment with, you know. Like Lena did. So clearly, you don't lose everything. Eventually, they'll reconcile that, and they'll feel close to you again. If you had chemistry before, you'll continue to have chemistry. Yeah, they still remember the events. So it's not a complete loss, but it is a loss of a lot. And they have to catch back up and insert themselves back into those memories. It's been a big pain lately, but for such a long time my magic was my most useful tool, my secret weapon. As much hiding and scavenging as I did before, it would have been 10 times worse if any crimes had followed me. Are those days really past me now? Permanently? Aspen's idea about stopping my magic is interesting, and I can't get it out of my head. Being able to see it be remembered by everyone I care about is the #1 thing I could ask for right now. But will it always be that way? Say there was a way that I could change things and make it so people didn't forget me. What if it wasn't possible for me to change my mind later? Sure, it sounds nice at the moment, but forever is a long time. I keep being reminded of that. I tug my necklace up so I can see the bead. It still has a soft glow to it. I wish I knew what it meant. I wish I knew what any of it meant or how it worked. I wish I didn't have to deal with these questions or problems. Of all the forms for my magic to take, it had to be this confusing one. Gripping my bead in my fist, I yank my necklace off my neck and hurl it away from me. It clatters and rattles, hits the wall and then the floor, lying like a snake in the darkness. Closing my eyes, I silently count my head. 1, 2. There's no flicker or pop as my necklace reappears around my throat, as if it had never left. My bead has not changed at all. Not that I expected it to. Sighing, I roll over onto my side, not tired enough to sleep, but not feeling like doing much else either. This necklace has felt like a lot of things before. A comfort, a memento, a guide. It's been my one constant since the beginning. Right now, heavy against my pillow, it feels like an anchor. Like always, the next morning, I'm cheered up by seeing my friends. After a quick breakfast, Aspen spreads out some sheets of paper on the table, and Juliet and I both crowd in to see.
So I started doing some research on Gumiho. I found plenty of information that I thought was interesting, but I'm not sure how much of it will be useful.
I am a little worried about Aspen researching Gumiho, because that could lead her straight into Silver, right?
Hey, that does sound just like me.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm just kidding.
Good. As I was saying, it's hard to figure out what's accurate.
She's
and
already
what's-
learning self-deprecating jokes. I'm
A lot of
proud.
the specific details would have had to come from the Gumiho themselves, and as far as I can tell, none of them are talking. I couldn't find anything about memory or forgetting. Maybe it's self-explanatory, why not? Beyond that, most of what seemed accurate were things that we already knew, like being able to change into a fox. Have you had any luck, Juliet?
I'm afraid not. I checked what books I could think of, and none of them yielded any more than you said. I'm not aware of anyone else around who might be helpful either, unfortunately. Of course, it's only been a couple of days so far. I'll keep looking. We're bound to learn something eventually.
I would think Juliet would be the more resourceful one. But who knows?
I'll keep looking too. There was one other thing that came up I thought might be worth mentioning.
Oh?
I read a lot about Gumiho carrying a special bead that has something to do with their
Mhm.
magic. You have one of those yourself, right?
I removed my necklace more gently than last night and pulled it out for them to see.
Yeah. I've had it my whole life.
May I see it?
You can try.
I pass it to her, and Aspen handles it delicately.
Pardon? What do you mean?
It poofs out of her hand and right back around my neck.
Oh, I see.
It's okay, you can get close to her, Aspen.
Yeah, I couldn't get rid of it, even if I wanted to.
Am I wrong? Or is it glowing?
Yeah, that part's new. I was in bed when I noticed it a couple days ago. I know it's important,
Ears.
but not how or why.
I love her thinking stance, you know? Eyebrows in, ears down. Oh, every single time.
Your wild instincts inform you.
Juliet says so matter-of-factly. Not like there's something bad or that I should have gotten rid of. They're still a part of me. My other self, no. The other part of me hasn't gone away, even as I've spent more time away from it. When I first came to Wellington, I still thought of myself as a fox. Now, I'm not sure how I see myself. But my bead and its mysteries are a reminder that I'm doing something different.
Well, that sounds promising. It means something is happening, even if we're not sure what. Let us know if you notice it changing in any other ways, Miho. The more knowledge we have, the better.
You know, I kind of want some glasses like these, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I will.
Once again, I think of Silver and her bead, which shone much more than mine. Will mine look like that someday? I wonder what it took to make hers glow so brightly. Maybe even Silver doesn't know how the bead works. If it was instinctual, then shouldn't I understand too? I guess I'll have to ask someone sometime. I wrap my necklace back around my neck, popping the magnetic clasp together.
One way or another, we'll soon know more about Miho's magic from your experiment.
Yes, I think it's just about time for Miho and I to head out. By the time we get there, it'll have been a full day.
Just moving something.
I'm ready to go if you are. You know I hate sitting around waiting.
Another thing we have in common. All right then, let's be off.
Let's go. I want to see
Lucky
Lena.
Let me know how it goes.
Will do.
Will do. This time, when I get to the Bell House, Lena isn't waiting outside.
There's always a chance she just forgot in the regular way. I should have texted her first.
Guess we'll find out.
For what feels like the 1000th time in the last few weeks, I'm shaky with nervous energy. At least there's not any risk here. In a worst-case scenario, nothing changes. I take the lead and open the door for Aspen, then follow her in. Lena's behind the counter.
Hey, boss!
She looks at me.
Who's your friend?
Uh-oh. She's lying. She's fucking lying. Well, it was worth a shot. It's too bad, but at least I was prepared.
Miho,
I'm just messing with you.
You jackass.
I remember everything. Told you my secret technique would work. I'll call you again tonight.
Aspen leans against me in relief. Collapses might be a better way to put it. I could tell she's thinking the same thing I am. Dealing with events like her trip and home just got a lot easier to deal with.
God, Lena, you nearly gave me a heart attack. But I'm so glad to hear it that I don't even care.
me too.
A huge weight feels like it's been lifted off my shoulders. Not all of my problems are solved, but at least some of them are. Yeah, now you have to fucking charge your phone. Still at my side, Aspen holds my hand, and Lena's eyes bug out in shock.
Wait, are you two?
Oh yeah, we didn't tell Lena, did we? After giving me a quick kiss on the cheek, Aspen nods. She's so happy.
Why, yes, we are.
Lena looks like she's seen a ghost. Would a photo work? Maybe. I guess you'd have to see.
Oh, no way! You seriously started dating someone before I did? I thought I had that one in the bag!
Oh my god, you jealous fuck.
Like usual, I wasn't aware we were competing, but I certainly did win in this case.
Well, I guess just this once it's fine, since you two are pretty cute together.
You
But I'll
are
win
pretty
next time.
cute together.
And what exactly is next time?
Not sure yet, but I'll figure that out soon.
We're gonna guess she was Cyrus. Don't you worry, Lena.
I guess I'll leave you two lovebirds alone for a bit. Talk to you tonight, Miho.
Bye!
Putting our headphones in, Lena disappears into the back of the cafe, leaving the lobby and Aspen to me.
I do only have a bit, unfortunately. Probably better that no customers walk in like this. But I'm really, really glad this.
Me too.
Oops. Sorry,
I don't have to
Aspen.
worry anymore.
Not nearly as much, at least.
Still have to charge your goddamn phone. Or Miho did. Wait, hold on. Wonder with getting a cute thing with like Aspen. I'm blanking on what you mean by that, but I think I understand.
I'll be busy this evening, but I'll call you later.
My brain's
I'll see
empty
you
right now.
tomorrow,
I look like
okay?
Miho winning the competition. Yeah, Miho certainly won. Brain empty, no thoughts. I just have cat eyes and little bouncy ears. That's it.
Okay. I should go tell Juliet that her idea worked too.
She does have thoughts.
I'm sure she'll be overjoyed as well.
Yes, so do I, Lana.
Have a good day at work, and I'll try to message you if I can, alright?
Yeah. I'll try to figure out how to send a response.
Like I said, I'm just brain empty, cat eyes, and fluffy ears. That's it. That's all I've got.
Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have lots of practice.
Can you pet the ears? Hold on.
Talk to you again soon.
Bye.
But not soon enough. We give each other a quick hug, and then I head back to the library to deliver the good news. Like we expected, Juliet's also relieved. She gives me a quick lesson in how to send messages, although she's almost as slow as I am. Hey, it's not a channel point redeem yet, but I can still use it. I need like 6 more people, 6 more followers to make it a channel point redeem. I spend most of my shift working, texting Aspen when I can, and looking forward to tomorrow. Alright, what do we got today? We got Tommy at the library. Nick's Noxious. Thank you so much for following. Okay, only 5 more. Thank you so much for following. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I think I know who you are. I hope you're enjoying yourself and you enjoy this this very gay little visual novel. Welcome to the Cat Carrier, and I hope you enjoy your sentence. How you doing there? You love the model? Thank you very much. Now the only problem, right, that I have is my tracking, because I'm using a normal USB webcam. So I can't, and because I have glasses on, it doesn't really respond very well to eye motions, which is why I have it set to, what is it? Set to auto blink, because it doesn't recognize me blinking at all. But you know, I can kind of like, I can kind of judge you. But that's about all I can do. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it. And the selfie got me this a little early, and I had to debut on a day where I wasn't really planning on doing anything. So I didn't really get a big thing, but I think we're just going to roll it into like a debut / affiliate celebration kind of thing, you know? We're only like 5 away from that, so hopefully that comes very soon. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope you enjoy it. We do a lot of stuff here. We do like, you know, normal RPGs, maybe 14. Lately I've been doing some visual novels. And there's a couple more visual novels I have on my menu right now. Like we're playing through Valhalla Cyberpunk Bartender. And a couple other things. And at some point, of course I'll be playing Dawn Trail. I was going to say at some point I want to play Signalis on stream, and I still have to work through a few more, like 5 more mainline Final Fantasies, so, you know, that's always going to be a thing. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it, and if you can't find any of my VODs and you're curious about what happened on previous streams, I also have a YouTube, so you can I think you might already be subbed to the YouTube because you did the assets for me. But yeah. So, yeah, stay tuned. Hopefully we get some fun new features very soon here. We'll go ahead and quick save this shit. Yeah, you did the assets. And there's even a couple of assets I still use that, you made me at one point. Like the banner for my Twitch. Of course, I just converted that from YouTube to Twitch, so, you know, there you go. I didn't tell you that I used it for that, but I assume that you'd be okay with it. Alright. Yeah, I am. Even though it's been like 2 years since you made me those assets, I'm still getting use out of them, if not a little bit. At some point, actually, I need to make a, like, BRB splash screen. Hold on here. Let me show you something real quick. So if I was to go to the chat only screen here, hold on, the game capture is still set to Final Fantasy here. So if I went to this, right? What I actually want to do here is I want to replace this screen here with a single image, essentially, and just have me in the middle of it. And so that's the one art asset that I might still need help with right now. Is, you know how a lot of streamers will have like their background kind of thing, like when it's just them and the chat and a background. That's the only thing I might be looking for right now. So I'll be thinking about that in the near future. Replacing this with like essentially a drawing of like a room or something. Just yeah, at some point I'm gonna do that at some point, but it's not on my like immediate to-do list. I have a few other things I want to take care of first. But yeah, thank you so much. And now we're gonna go experience some depression. Are you ready? I'll keep you posted. I'll let you know, and I'll maybe talk to you at some point about what it might take to get that asset commissioned. While I'm sitting at the library's front desk, Gwen and Tommy come in, occupied by Gerby, of course. She did say that they'd be back again. The two of them come over to where I'm sitting.
Hi there. Sorry to bother you. I know this is a weird question, but the other day there was someone here who played with my son while I was studying.
Aww. Yeah, these characters are a little depressing, but this is some nice stuff.
But neither of us can remember who it was. Do you think you might be able to help?
It was me, you stupid fuck. It was me.
Hey! Actually...
I explained my magic and how I met Tommy and Gwen a couple times, as well as Elijah. But I'm done. Both of them look amazed.
Whoa! I can't wait to tell Dad!
That's certainly... a lot. But you know what? I believe it. It lines up with the gaps in my memory. I thought I was just getting stressed out and forgetting things. Well, I probably am, but I'm glad it's not the case here.
I mean, she's under a lot of stress right now. She's trying to go through a divorce and like take care of the kids, and like so, I think she's also getting a doctorate right now. And so like that's, I don't need to tell chat to have them relate to that. So I forgive her.
Is there some way to keep from forgetting you? Especially if we've met so many times before already.
We exchange numbers, and I tell her that Tommy's always welcome to come hunt bugs here. I just don't know if I'll be joining him. Eventually you're gonna run out of bugs.
Talk to you later. Good night.
You know, what if, Tommy just ends up being like the cat of the house who's just like always killing the like fucking moths that are climbing up the walls and shit. Except my current cat doesn't do that very much. My other two cats love to go hunt bugs, but this one, like, she looks at the bugs and she just stares at them and she watches them go by and does nothing. Like, I'm sure if I let a mouse loose in my house, she wouldn't give a shit. She would just like watch the mouse hang around and like potentially move if the mouse got close. I press the button to end the call on my phone and then gently set the device on my windowsill. Getting through the phone calls needed to make sure I'm not forgotten is more work than expected. I'm glad that the people I befriended are willing to put in the effort to see me every day. It's still such an inconvenience, though, and such a risk. For their sake as much as my own, I need to try to find a better solution. Whether that means getting rid of my magic entirely or not. I have to at least know what my options are. And yeah, she would be like, what the fuck? Get away from me. Like, I've only seen my cat ever like once go after bugs. There's been like a fucking huge ass beetle walking up next to her and she's just looking at it like, whatever. You know, she likes going after big targets, you know. She likes looking at the birds and stuff and fantasizing about how she can like tear their throats open. But something small like a bug? No. A mouse? Nah, she doesn't give a shit. They're below her. I can't leave it all for Aspen and Juliet to figure out either. I need to put my own effort in too. While I'm not nearly as good at reading and researching as they are, there's still that one idea that's come to mind a few times. It's time to finally put it into action. Leaving my phone in my room, I get dressed and slip silently out the front door, making my way to Mount Victoria. At the very edge of the path, I transform, nose close to the ground. I head for the tree line in the wild part of the mountain. I'm rusty when it comes to tracking, and the sheer number of scents that assault my nose is overwhelming. I have to sift through them in my head while I run, disregarding the ones I can tell are futures, humans or other fabled, or just part of nature. I just combined humans, nature, and fabled together. It isn't until I'm far from any roads or homes that I finally catch what I'm looking for. That familiar but unrecognizable presence. Honing in on what I can detect of Silver's trail, I follow it as closely as I can. Sometimes the lead goes cold, but I pick it up a few meters away, in a different direction. The path is windy and hard to follow. How does anyone live like this? I mean, you were living like this up until like 5 minutes ago, buddy. It doesn't feel as if the path is leading anywhere in particular, but I stay on it, keeping my eyes and ears peeled for any sign of her. Finally, after picking up the trail yet again near the river, I follow it until I reach a familiar spot and transform yet again.
No way.
It's been weeks, but traces of my den are still there. The weather has destroyed a lot of it, but the tunnel is only half caved in, and evidence of holes where I buried my stacks and supplies remain too. Has Silver been staying here? There aren't any signs of life more recent than mine. Still, her scent ends here, as if she just disappeared. Rustling comes from over near the collapsed den. Even with the moonlight, it's hard for me to see, so I change back into a fox, straining all my senses to detect anything. I don't. Nothing but me and the wind. Changing forms yet again, I still get the feeling that I'm not alone.
Hello?
Closing my eyes, I listen for any kind of response. A footstep, or a whisper, or even a breath. All I hear is silence.
Pitiful.
Pitiful. The voice just inches from my ear, and I leap away on pure instinct, spinning around to face Silver.
I gave you so many chances, and you failed every one of them.
You know, I bet, in another life, Silver would be like your teacher during the Chunin exams. I don't know where she came from or how I didn't notice her, but she's there, slouching in the moonlight. Although I'm sure that, just like me, she could turn and run in a moment's notice. Or fight. I hope that's not what she wants. Because I don't think I'd win.
How'd you do that? Sneak up on me like that, I mean.
I didn't even have to try. I see nothing has changed since last time. If anything, the human pet has only gotten more docile.
Yo, who in chat wants to be called a human pet? Raise your hand.
Tell me, do they feed you scraps from a bowl as well?
It's a plate, usually.
Me? I knew somebody in chat would raise their hand. Oh, I got everybody, alright. I knew it was irresistible. She certainly hasn't gotten any nicer since last time. Yeah? But as harsh as she sounds, she remains at a distance, and I let myself relax a little. Now that I've had time to get used to her existence, she doesn't seem as intimidating. Even if I was more scared, I wouldn't want to show it like last time. Maybe it's because she reminds me of myself in some ways. Well, they are the same voice actor, as that one person pointed out last week. Although her arms are crossed, one of her wrists shines in the moonlight from where the bead hangs on a strap. Damn, she brought the strap. It's almost like looking in a mirror, or as different as any two people can be, but just by existing. I feel the kind of bond with her. Something wild. Behind her shawl, I can see her eyes narrow.
So you admit it then. Perhaps it's for the best. A dog dreams of nothing more than its master's hand. You can close your eyes, forgetting what made you open them in the first place, and disappear.
Silver spits out her last words like a challenge, daring me to respond. Her eyes shine like her bead does. I don't respond, unsure how. Not because she's made me question myself, but because I don't think she'd believe what I have to say. It feels like it's been ages, but really, it's only been a few months that I've been here in New Zealand. Not even a year ago, I didn't feel the same way she does. Didn't I feel the same way she does? Now I'm questioning myself. I can't believe Silver is doing this to me. Telling myself that I wasn't missing out on anything by being alone. Chasing some dream for decades without even stopping to think about it. Just dreaming my way through life. How could I tell her that? What could I say that would change her mind? I already know the answer. There isn't anything. Sometimes, there are no right words.
I see you've forgotten how to speak as well.
That's also what I tend to say to bottoms.
But tell me, if you can, what was it you hoped to achieve by coming here? I could have left you chasing your tail in the dark if I'd wanted to, but you've somehow made me curious. I fail to imagine the desires of a hound.
She's a fox, not a hound. I unhook my necklace and hold it out in one hand. The pearls make a soft sound as they bang against each other, but my bead clatters loudly against its neighbor. It's still glowing, same as this morning.
Because I wanted to ask you something. If there was some way to stop her magic. Stop people from forgetting about us.
My fingers curl over the bead. I don't even have to see her face to know her reaction. She laughs, just once, and it sounds like a bark. I'm not gonna bark for y'all, but y'all can bark if you want to.
You managed managed to surprise me again. I didn't think even you would be so shameless as to try and rid yourself of your gifts.
SMHing my head on it. Oh, Ralph barked. Here we go. Oh, got Nox barking too. Alright.
Ignore them, perhaps, but to abandon them. You have outdone yourself, dog. Fitting that you wear it around your neck like a collar.
Sorry, there's just something so primally alluring about Fox and the way that she speaks.
As for forgetting, I can only guess at what you must mean. Don't think yourself the same as me. My magic is nothing like yours. It takes a different form in every one of our sisters. My sisters, I should say.
Then what does yours do instead?
I don't see why I should tell you that. A dog need not concern itself with affairs above its head.
Maybe Silver's is something like you can't see her unless she wills you to see her, something like that.
This dog thing is getting pretty old, you know.
Then leave. I only chose to acknowledge you to satiate my own curiosity. It won't happen a second time. Goodbye, dog.
Quick as a flash, Silver transforms, the glow of her bead lingering for a moment in the air. Before her paws have all touched the ground, she's already running away. Soon, even her shining fur disappears into the night. I don't give chase. I never really expected her to answer my question in the first place. Still, I don't think this visit was a waste of time. Before I leave, I take a final look around at my den. When I left here with Juliet months ago, I expected to be back soon. But since I never went back, I never really said goodbye. It wasn't much, even then, and it's even less now. Compared to some of the other hideouts I've made, I didn't stay here very long. Still, it's special. I'd have a hard time going back to sleeping in the ground instead of a bed again, even if I had to. Maybe it'll change in the future, but right now, I'm pretty sure that this will be the last den I ever made. Looking around, I'm all alone again, and it's silent. The birds that used to chirp and greet me in the morning are either sleeping or gone. Or Silver ate them. Still...
Night-night, birdies.
Oh. I whisper a final farewell before changing forms and dashing back to the library. The next morning, I once again keep my visit with Silver to myself. Breakfast is tasty as usual, and after a good meal, Juliet goes to bed and leaves Aspen and I on our own. I stand up from the table and stretch, expecting Aspen to do the same.
Time to go, huh?
Not today, actually. Regina's having me go back to working a mid-shift on some days, so I don't have to go in until noon.
Oh hell yeah, girlfriend time.
Meaning I can spend the whole morning with you, if you want.
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?
Them eyes though.
Oh, no. I didn't mean it like that. Just that... Well, never mind. Sorry, just ignore me. I'm a little out of it.
I wonder if Aspen can tell that Miho is hiding something right now.
It's fine. Don't worry. But I can't just ignore you either.
My
What's
neck is
wrong?
like so stiff right now, and I'm like trying to crack it. I need someone to come over here and just ruin my neck. Aspen sighs and then shrugs.
Let's go sit up front and I'll tell you. You need to open the library soon, right?
Yeah? Wanna help?
I'd love to.
Just call me honey. Most of the preparations are already done, but we find things to do. I organize the front desk, taking care of some of the clutter. While Aspen does a quick once-over of the shelves and fixes a few out-of-place books. It reminds me a little of my first day working here, when Aspen helped out. She's a lot quieter this time, though she keeps herself busy. You can hear in my voice when I look down to see the chat, then look back up. I wait for her to bring up whatever it is that's on her mind, rather than try to nudge it out of her. After a while, we sit down behind the desk where Aspen looks right at home. She casually unpacks her bag, setting aside a small hand mirror and a new notebook. Then she removes an envelope. There's a fancy logo at the top, but not one that I recognize.
This was waiting for me in the mail yesterday.
Oh, is it, the results of her publication? Like whether or not she's gonna get published or not? The plastic part of the envelope crackles as Aspen removes a piece of paper inside, frowning as she unfolds it. I watch her eyes move as she reads through it silently before sighing again.
It says, "Dear Ms. Benoit, we appreciate your manuscript submission and commend you for your success in completing a novel. Unfortunately, we do not find that it fits the criteria we're currently searching for, and as such must respectfully decline. Respectfully, Purple Penguin Publications."
Purple Penguin, you jackasses. Slapping her hand with the paper, she clicks her tongue.
That's it. Not even 50 words, including names. I doubt they even read past the first chapter.
Wait, they said no? Why?
As it says, it's not what they're looking for. I wish they would have given more detail than that, but I suppose I'm lucky to hear anything back at all.
They're totally gonna regret it in the future when your books are really popular.
I hope you're right. I was prepared for rejections, of course. Even Agatha Christie didn't get published until her second book.
And most most published authors don't get it their first time either. They have to go through, like, 7 publishers to get something done,
Still, I wasn't expecting them to come in so fast.
You sent it to a few different ones, right?
Right, I made a list of my top 15 choices and submitted it to all of them.
15's probably a good number.
At first, it was going to be my top 10, but I decided maybe I should expand it some.
I don't even know
Turns
10
out that was a
publication
good idea.
places.
So far, 3 of them have already said no. This one stung a bit more because Purple Penguin is one I was hoping would say yes the most.
I'm sorry. I hope your other top choices still work out.
Yes, me too. It's why I wasn't going to tell you and Juliet at first. I wanted to wait until I had good news to share. But I'm not sure that'll be coming.
Well, it's okay to have doubts, and you can also use them as your support network.
I'll try not to be a downer, though. I knew there was a good chance this would happen. Don't let me distract you from work, either.
Nah, you won't. Here, look at these.
In an effort to cheer her up, I pull out some of the writing practices that I've been working on and show them to Aspen.
Wow, you've improved so much already. This looks great, Miho.
With a genuine smile, Aspen slowly flips through the pages. I know there's not much to see, since a lot of it repeating the same thing over and over, but she still looks at every one.
Really, I'm so proud of you.
Very wholesome.
Thanks.
Thanks. Showing Aspen my attempts to learn to write feels a little silly compared to her finishing a whole novel, but I can tell that she means every word of praise.
I'm proud of myself, too.
I don't tell her that a big part of my motivation is being able to read what she writes. I want it to be a surprise when I get there. From the very start, having Aspen in my life has inspired me to be a better person. Now that we're in love, it makes me want to try at least twice as hard. I want to be able to love her writing too. Oh. Even if those penguin people don't like it, I'm sure I will. Because it comes from her heart. Gonna make me emotional here. I believe in Aspen even when she doesn't. Just like she's always believed in me. I want to do everything I can to live up to that faith. Aspen sticks around for a while, reading a book from one of the shelves. I keep my nose to the grindstone all morning, using every free minute that I get to practice, only taking a break to say goodbye to Aspen when she leaves. Even when it gets boring, which doesn't take very long, and even after my hand starts to hurt, I keep practicing. One letter at a time. I'll get there. All right, who do we got today? We have Lena today, and nobody else. They're not gonna let me go anywhere else but to Lena, and I'm okay with that. I'm gonna slap on a head pad here just because. Let's go to Lena. Early in the afternoon, my phone buzzes and I get a call. I check it, expecting to see Juliet or Aspen, but I'm surprised and not surprised when I see that it's Lena.
Hello?
Miho, I need your help. It's an emergency.
Oh no, Cyrus is at the park, isn't he?
What? What's wrong?
Come to the park. I'll tell you there.
The call ends when Lena hangs up. I have no clue what's going on, but it sounds serious. I put on my shoes and hurry to the park as fast as I can. When I get there, I quickly spot Lena, her bright pink outfit making it easy.
Lena, what's happening?
Dim ass wings.
Oh, Miho, good thing you're here. It's a disaster. Cyrus asked me to be in a play with him.
I told you. Wing woman to the wing ass. Let's do it.
Play? Wait, that's it?
What do you mean, that's it?
I also like these little thingies here.
I thought you were hurt or something. You said it was an emergency.
It is. I have to give him my answer soon.
I sigh and force myself to come down to Lena's level. I was expecting to find someone was hurt, so I'm just relieved that's not the case.
Okay, I don't get it. Why is that such a bad thing? I thought you wanted to spend time with him.
I do, but that's a lot of responsibility. He wants me to play Siegfried, and he'd be the White Swan.
Siegfried? The guy in FF6?
I don't know the characters, but that seems a little backwards. Are you afraid you can't do it?
Sort of. I'm afraid that if something went wrong, that'd ruin any chance I have.
Wait, if it's FF6, does that mean they're gonna be playing Draco and Maria? Seeing Lena be so nervous about something is the total opposite from what I normally expect from her. Even during the other activities we tried, she always gave it her all.
When do you have to give him an answer?
Today! That's why it's an emergency!
Whoa, can't you tell him you need longer to think about it?
Well, it's already been a while. I thought I'd make up my mind by now, but I still haven't. What do you think I should do?
But just then, I noticed Cyrus himself walking up the path towards us.
Oh, there he is.
Lena turns to see him and then looks back to me with fright.
I'm out of time!
She tries to put on a cool face as Cyrus reaches to the two of us.
Hi there. Sorry to bug you, Lena, but have you decided yet?
Not yet. Still thinking about it, sorry!
It's already been a week.
Nuh-uh, not for another 43 minutes. Then it'll have been a week.
Both Cyrus and I just stare at her.
Can you make up your mind in the next 43 minutes?
You bet I can.
Okay, I'll just stand here.
Wait, for real?
Do I look like I'm joking?
I can never really tell.
I was gonna say, I've never seen this man look anything but the way he does look right now. Established dominance, yeah. You have to make the bottoms make a decision. This applies to me sometimes too. You have to make me make a decision, but still. Big switch energy. Cyrus sighs.
Look, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But I need to know so I can ask someone else. I already have someone cast for all the other main roles. It's just Siegfried and a couple extras that are left.
Finally, he looks at me.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
It's okay. We were just talking about you.
Wait, you know who I am?
Yeah, we've met before. We were partners at that painting class.
Huh. I was trying to remember who I was paired up with. I have the picture I made, but it didn't really help much.
Yeah, I have this magic where people forget about me after a day if I don't talk to them again.
I've had to explain this so many times by now that it just feels normal to talk about.
Really? I think I have that too, except it's not
Oh my
magic.
fucking god.
How do you and Lena know each other then?
We do a vid call every day. I talk about my life, and Miho talks about hers.
So far, that's only really half true, but I don't mind.
I see. Say, Miho, right? How would you feel about being a tree?
A tree.
Yeah, in the play, I mean. There's still a couple small parts like that I need to fill.
Oh,
I want to be a tree. And leaf. Lena's face lights up with excitement.
if you do it, I'll do it.
Wait.
My immediate reaction is to say no. Being up on stage in front of people is still a lot for me, no matter how much better I've gotten at talking. But it seems like it would be helping out Lena and Cyrus too.
What would I have to do?
Stand there. Haven't you seen a tree before?
That's it.
That's it.
I sigh the heaviest sigh of my life. I hope I don't regret this.
Fine.
Both of them perk up, and I see an actual smile on Cyrus's face for maybe the first time ever.
Cool. I appreciate it.
Yeah, because he wants to get with her too.
We're gonna be great. You're gonna be the best tree in the play.
Rehearsals start soon. I'll send you both the info. I guess I'll need to talk to you every day too, right?
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to ask me every time.
Oh, let's make a group chat.
Lena instantly pulls out her phone and starts, no, just have Miho stream every day. Get on that fucking computer, fire up whatever you like to play, Miho. I bet you'd like RuneScape. I bet you'd just like to chop trees in RuneScape all day. And, you know, Cyrus would hate that. But, you know, you could just fire up RuneScape with a little bit of a woodcutting stream. Everybody would tune in. You'd be affiliate within a week. Am I projecting? Do you want to watch me chop trees in RuneScape? Because I'll do a RuneScape tree chopping stream if you want me to.
I'm not sure.
You think I'm projecting? You both think you are projecting. You would watch me do anything, Vina. How romantic.
Done.
I feel my phone shake in my pocket, and I see Cyrus check his as well.
I guess that works. Anyway, thanks, both of you. See you at rehearsal.
See ya.
Bye.
Cyrus takes off, leaving Lena and I by ourselves.
Thanks as well. I feel a lot better having someone else I know be there.
No prob. Although, I'm not so sure about being in front of a crowd. Plus, all the other actors will forget who I am unless I talk to them too.
Okay, I need to grab some water for a second here. Give me just a moment to sit up and grab some water. Oh yeah, let me make myself invisible so I don't freak out on your monitor. Alright, wait, Gucci. I'm also sitting up a little bit higher now. I drank like 2/3 of a thing of water instantly. You know when you're just so thirsty you turn into a hydration slut? You've got the water dripping down your mouth and like onto your okay. I'll continue doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna pretend that never happened.
Maybe we can make a really big group chat.
That's just a stream.
Well, I'm sure it'll be fine if you're just gonna be an extra. It'd be a bigger problem if you were gonna have a speaking role.
Now I need to refresh my fucking chat because it's being weird.
Yeah, that's true. Have you ever been in a play before?
Not since I was in school, but I know the story and the part, so it should be okay. Now that I've decided, I'm gonna do my best.
Now she seems more like the Lena I know, fiery and full of energy. That was a surprisingly easy emergency to deal with.
In fact, I'm gonna go start practicing. See you soon!
See you soon. Vina, please? About what? I wave goodbye as Lena leaves. I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into, but I guess I'll find out soon enough. Not long after the sun went down, it started to get pretty cold. Clouds came in and out of nowhere, and so did the wind. I find myself sitting in the windowsill, looking out before I go to sleep for the night. It's cozy in here, and I have plenty of extra blankets if I need them. My breath fogs up the window, but the cold stays on the other side. Up on Mount Victoria, though, in trees and valleys, it must be miserable out there. I wonder where Silver is, and how she deals with the rain. Does she make a hole and burrow underground like she used to? Or maybe she finds somewhere dry to sneak into, like an empty shed or abandoned house. She's rude and abrasive and hasn't said a single nice thing to me. I hope she's safe anyway. As the only other Gunmyo I've met, I can't help but care about her just a little. I doubt she feels the same about me, but that's okay. I wouldn't either in her shoes. Still, I know how bad it feels to be stuck out in the cold with everything turning into mud around you. Or shivering under a tree that blocks most but not all the rain. Wherever she is, I hope she's warm and dry. I wonder if that's the first time someone's wished that for her. The next day, the rain has stopped, but it's still gross and wet outside. Dreary, as Aspen put it. Still, it's as busy a day as I've ever seen in the library. My main job is stopping people at the door and getting them to wipe the mud off their shoes before they go in. I care a lot about it, because my secondary job is cleaning the mud off the carpet. The door swings open, a big Cyclops stomps in, looking around.
Hiya! Welcome to the library. Wipe your feet before you come in.
Ah, pardon. I won't be here long. I don't mean to get in your way. I'm just looking for a friend.
This is the most verbose Cyclops I've ever seen.
Who's your friend?
Oh, no one. I'm sure he'd said he'll be here, but I don't see him. I'll try again later.
Oh, okay. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do apologize if I got any dirt on your floor.
Apologizing all the way back at the door, the Cyclops leaves as quickly as he came. The doors stay shut, which gives me a minute to find some fresh towels and rags. Once the entryway is as tidy as I can get it, I sit down behind the desk to work on my reading and writing. It wasn't long before the door swings open again, but it shuts before anyone enters, and I can hear grumbling from outside.
Come on, Pippa. At least hold the door.
I'm protecting the notebook. You get the door.
Here, let me.
Oh my god. A little fish girl, and then a bunny girl, and then a mouse boy. These are some 14-ass characters. The poor door pops open one more time, and 3 kids in matching uniforms trudge in. 2 of them, including one carrying a notebook who must be Pippa, look around in awe, while the other girl approaches me.
Hello there, miss. My name's
Cello.
My friends and I are here in New Zealand for a class trip, and we're supposed to research and put together a project on a special place in Wellington. We were hoping you might have some suggestions for where to start.
Hey, I'm Miho. But, I'm not the best person to ask, really. I've only lived here for a couple months. But I know a couple people who might be able to help.
It's like it's a little tail down there, you see that? Oh no, I'm blocking the tail. Hold on. Let me lift myself up so you can see the tail. You see that under me? That little tail there?
One of them's at work right now. The other one also lives here at the library, but she's asleep right now.
Did you say she lives here?
And did you say also?
Also?
Armand, Pippa, please. I'm sorry my two friends don't know how to not be so nosy.
It's fine, it's fine. Julie, she's the one who owns this place. And I both live here. I have a room upstairs.
That sounds like it would be too good to be true. Think about it. You'd have all kinds of books around for inspiration.
Or just for reading? It'd be impossible to get bored in a place like this.
Oh, I could get bored living in a library if I wanted to.
You'd be surprised. But you guys aren't the first ones to say that.
Is it alright if we look around?
It is a library, you know.
I was gonna say.
They're meant for looking around.
I was gonna say the point of a library is that you go around the library and you look at books.
It's still polite to ask.
Yep, it's fine. Let me know if you need help finding anything.
We will. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
The noisy pair head to browse the books. Although they seem like carefree kids, I can tell that they're handling the books with respect, as Juliet would say. The third girl, Cello, stays by the desk.
Ms. Miho? Since you're new here, would it be alright if I asked you a few questions about your experiences?
She also has a notebook with her, although it's smaller than Pippa's. It reminds me of the one Aspen always carries with her.
Sure, I don't mind. But, like I said, I don't know much about Wellington, or New Zealand at all.
That's okay. It's why I wanted to ask. I also haven't lived in Amarina for very long. I'm not even from the underworld.
Amarina.
My family and I just moved there, so I don't know it the same way Armand and Pippa do. I hope that didn't sound weird.
I know what you mean. Don't worry. I'm not from the underworld either. Go ahead, ask away.
Thank you.
She takes a seat in one of the chairs near me, tail curling around one of the legs.
Is there anything you wish you'd known before you came here?
Looking out the window, I see my answer.
I wish I'd known how rainy it was going to be. I wasn't prepared for it at first.
Do you not like the rain? I love it. It reminds me of being home in the ocean.
She flaps her tail enthusiastically.
I wish it would rain every day. That was one of the hardest things to get used to when my family moved on shore to Amarina. It's so dry, even with the canals. Is there anything that makes this city different from others you've been to? Or anything you miss?
It's hard to say. I've made more friends than I have anywhere else. Maybe it's something about the people. Everyone I've met has been really friendly. So, there's not too much that I don't have here.
Oh, that's good to know. It's not always easy for me to talk to people, so I've been worried about doing this report.
I'm the same way. I think you're doing just fine.
Thanks, Ms. Miho. Did you ever have a project like this when you were in school?
When Nia was in school?
Well, I didn't really go to school, so to speak.
Were you homeschooled?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, I see. I just have...
Surprised she knows what that is.
Do you have a favorite place in Wellington so far?
My favorite place?
Ears. I'm gonna choose the sweet answer, which is the Bell House.
There's a cafe I like called the Bell House. I have a friend who works there, actually. The drinks they make are good, and it's a nice place to relax.
That does sound really nice. I think it's hard to feel like you belong somewhere until you find a special
Yeah,
place for
they're
yourself.
friends. They're not quite roommates, but they are friends. Quotation marks. You know, historians would call them best of friends, even. After writing down all my answers, Cello puts down her pen.
Maybe that's the problem. No matter what, it's going to be hard for us to write if we don't see anything for ourselves. Thanks for answering all my questions. We're going to be here all week, so we'll probably come back with more.
Anytime. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. I'll go make sure my friends aren't causing any problems either.
They're not, luckily, and after a while, all three of them leave the library again.
Nice kittens.
Oh, we only have one place to go today, and that's the library, so let me quick save real quick. Later that day, while I'm working on my writing worksheets, the door opens and I glance up to see another kid entering the library. This time it's Tommy, accompanied by his dad.
Hey, me. See any cool bugs lately?
Me?
Nope, don't think so. Have you?
Yeah, I saw a hoo-hoo beetle. I couldn't catch it, though.
Oh, that's really neat.
What beetle? I don't even know what that is.
So you're the famous Miho I keep hearing about, huh?
Huh?
I'm Miho. I don't know about famous.
You're a legend in our households, that's for sure. I've heard all about you from Tommy and Gwen. I'm Elijah, by the way.
Elijah.
Well, you already know who I am. We've met before, though.
Have we? I hear that's easy to forget.
Tommy waves a hand to get our attention before we start talking too much.
I'm gonna go look for more spiders again. Bye!
Don't cause any trouble now, okay? And don't touch anything that's gonna bite you back.
Should you really be letting your kid go out to find spiders in fucking New Zealand of all places? Like, on the same latitude as Australia? Should you be anywhere near Australia and be looking for spiders? And grabbing them with your hand? What, it's not like they don't have, like, venomous spiders in New Zealand, right? Is, like, New Zealand just, free of all bad spiders? I don't know how many bugs could be left in the library at this point, but I don't stop Tommy. I know he's pretty harmless, and that I don't need to worry about him. Once Tommy and Gerby leave, I turn my attention back to Elijah.
Anyway, we met each other a while ago at the Botanic Garden. I caught a bug by accident and Tommy wanted it.
Oh, so that was you, was it? I was trying to remember who we were with. So wait, that means that you're the one who can see Tommy's friend Gerby, right?
Yep. I can see him right now with Tommy.
The Fabled is next to Tommy like always, helping him search for their eight-legged prey. When he hears me say his name, he gives a jolly wave like Tommy did.
Huh.
Although Elijah's staring at the same spot I am, I can tell that all he sees is empty space. Elijah pulls out a pen and notebook from his pocket, just like I've seen Aspen do. He clicks the pen into writing mode.
What's he look like, if you don't mind?
He's got a white face and body with purple flower petals on his head and shoulders. And some green leaves for his hair. He has eyes but not a mouth. And he floats.
Nodding, Elijah writes down everything I said.
That's exactly how Tommy described him. Wow.
Why didn't you think he was real? There's all kinds of fabled, you know?
I know. It's just... Did you have an imaginary friend when you were younger?
I shake my head. I SMH my head.
Well, I did. And Tommy's the kind of boy who would have one too. Not that Gwen and I thought that was a bad thing, of course, but since no one else could see him, we thought he was just pretend. Hearing he's real is still a shock.
Across from the room from us, Tommy's creeping around on tiptoes. Gerby floats high above, using his aerial position to get a better view.
I'm glad, though. Real glad. In fact, that's why I'm here. I want to try and see if I can find anything in the books about a fabled like him. Not sure why you're able to see him either. Other fabled haven't been able to. You're the first person I've ever met who can.
Yeah, I wonder why that's the case. It's not really anything... I don't know if that's Gumio related or not. He frowns.
Unless I forgot them too. I need to write that down.
Maybe it is something Gumio related. Elijah's pen scratches against the paper. In the quiet library, I can hear the sound clearly. Elijah seems pretty casual and relaxed, and so I feel like I can ask him a question that's been weighing on my mind. One that I know isn't exactly polite to ask.
Hey, can I ask you something?
I'm an open book.
Why are you and Gwen getting
Oh, no.
divorced? I mean, I've talked to both of you, and you seem like you get along.
The scratching abruptly stops. He taps the pen against the edge of his notebook a couple times while he chews his tongue.
Because people just change. Sometimes in different ways. Don't get me wrong, she's still one of the best people I know. We're just better off not being together. It hurts, but if we'd stayed married, it just would have hurt more. Eventually, you have to rip that bandage off. It's for the best for all three of us. I mean, Gwen works her butt off for him too. Me and her both still have the same goal, and that's to do right by our kid.
Yeah. And I don't really see an amicable solution.
That seems rough for Tommy.
Yeah, that's the hardest part. We're all still getting used to it, I think. You know what they say about time healing wounds? Well, I'm glad he's got a friend after all. Thanks for letting him play here too. I hope he's not too much trouble.
Nah, if he was, I wouldn't let him come back.
Elijah laughs.
That's good to know.
My voice died there.
I'm gonna go get a start on that research. With any luck, you'll see me again soon with a few books to check out.
Good luck.
So many other people I know do research. I never realized that was such a popular hobby. After a while, Elijah returns to the desk like he promised, with a couple books in his hands. One of them is so thick, even Aspen would think twice about trying to read it.
Alright, I only skimmed through these, but they seem promising. So I'll take them home and have a look. I managed to find a picture of another fabled who looks kind of like what you were describing. It seems like they're not from the underworld, so there's not a whole lot known about them. Would you mind if we keep in touch? Gwen tells me that's the way to not forget you.
Sure, that's fine. Just call me in the morning or night.
I'm already swapping numbers with a lot more people than I expected. Probably more than Juliet even herself expected. This time, all of them leave. As all of them leave, Gerby comes over and lands on the desk in front of me. He waves his petals at me before spinning a circle like a top. Then he bows and hurries off to after Tommy.
Another fabled from somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, it's so much maintenance. At least, again, you just gotta do something where it's like a quick stream, everybody goes on, then they leave or something, you know? Gerby may be a mystery, but for Tommy's sake, I'm glad he's around.
Whole day to ourselves, finally! This has been one of the busiest weeks of my life.
Mine too. But in a good way.
Let's go on a date.
Of course. The best way.
Alone with just each other in the library, Aspen slides her chair closer so she can kiss my cheek.
What do you want to do today? The world is our oyster.
Oysters. Wanna get lunch?
We just finished breakfast.
It's never too early to start thinking about lunch.
Laughing, Aspen stands up and offers me her hand.
It's a little early for that, but I could do with some fresh air. Care to join me for a walk?
Sure. I'll go anywhere you want.
Bottomless stomach, I know, right? So do I. Her hand squeezes around mine as we step out into the daylight. Everything feels different and new when I'm with Aspen now. Something as simple as walking down the hill from the library, something I've done almost every day for months now, feels more special with her next to me. I had been expecting falling in love to be harder, or something I have to push myself to do. I've been surprised by how easy it is. Like a dam that had been holding back a river, since I let myself open up to the possibility of being in love, the rest has come naturally. Simply existing around her feels nice. I meant when I said I'd go anywhere she wanted. Too fucking cute, man. Too fucking cute.
It's been a while since I've seen the ocean. How about a walk to the waterfront?
Sounds good. That's where the oysters are, after all.
Not quite what I was thinking, but close enough. Let's see if I can remember how to get there.
Oh, I know the way. Want me to lead?
By all means.
I take us towards Mount Victoria and the beach. Other people smile or nod or wave as we pass them by, sometimes with a word of greeting too.
I can't believe you've only been here a fraction of the time I have, but you already know your way around so much better than I do.
I used a lot of that time to learn. Besides, navigating is second nature for me. I can do it without trying.
I'm glad, because I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned, but I'm terrible with directions myself.
See, they're perfect for one another.
It's a good thing you offered to lead, because I was about to take us in the other direction.
That would have been fun too. Would have been a surprise for both of us.
Yes, and for whatever poor person whose yard we wander into.
Don't worry. That's something else I'm good at. Not getting caught in people's yards.
I suppose. Aspen laughs.
Maybe I'd be better at it than navigating, at least. Do you ever miss it? That life, I mean.
Getting lost with someone sounds fun. In some ways, yeah. In some ways, just going out with people and like having no goal in mind, that can be a perfect date for the right people. In other ways, it would be stressful, and those sorts of situations with certain people can be more stressful than they're worth. But sometimes I think just the idea of embracing the wanderlust. Do you want to wander with you? I'll wander with you, especially because I know you're quite lusty. There'll be a lot of wanderlust in that walk together.
Nah.
She glances at me in surprise.
That was awfully quick. You didn't even have to think about it.
I've thought about it a lot, actually. Almost all the time for a while.
So do you ever miss it, is what she's responding to.
But even though there are things that I miss, there are too many things that I have now that I couldn't give up. Like this.
I stop walking for a second so I can kiss her cheek, like she did to me this morning. Oh, now she's blushing.
Very true. You better not give that up. Still, you've got to avoid things like going to work or paying bills and all the other little things that most people wish they could run away from.
Are you saying that Juliet doesn't report the like the payment she gives her to the IRS?
People like you?
I wish I worked there.
Absolutely people like me. I first fell in love with reading because it was an escape from the real world. A distraction from being alone or sad. or anything else. Even if I couldn't live an exciting life, at least I could experience one through someone else's eyes and words. In those stories, there were often characters who remind me of you. Going wherever they please, doing whatever their hearts tell them to. Having wished so desperately to go from my normal, boring life to one of adventure, I would certainly understand if you ever wanted to go back to it.
I mean, a lot of people romanticize it, but do you actually want a life full of adventure, or do you want a life that is what you make of it and somewhat consistent and secure? I feel like most people would actually rather have the consistent and secure life. But that doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be boring if it's not adventurous, you know? I SMH my head.
You've got it all wrong. What you just said about going where I want or following my heart, I'm doing both of those things right now.
Exactly. We're not too far from the water, but we're even closer to Mount Victoria. Looking up towards its top, I have an idea.
Do you mind if we go up the mountain a little bit? I want to show you something.
Oh, please don't. Silver, you stay away from this shit. I will strangle you, you stupid little fox, if you intervene.
The mountain? I'm not exactly dressed for hiking, or built for it.
That's fine. It's not a hike. It's pretty easy to get to.
Yeah, I know they're going to the burrow, yeah.
Alright.
I just don't want Silver to intervene.
Lead the way. Again.
We take the regular trail towards the top, but before we reach the summit, I lead us off the path.
This way.
I can see the curiosity on Aspen's face, but she hasn't questioned me. It'll be easier just to show her anyway. It's slower as a human than as a fox, but it doesn't take long for us to reach our destination.
Ta-da! Here we are.
And this is... where?
Home sweet home. Or at least it was.
My den is in even worse condition now than it was last I came. I actually have to spend a moment looking for the exact spot. Once I find it, I move aside some of the brush that's built up over the heap of mud.
This was my den. I lived here until Juliet let me move into the library. I buried food that I stole in the ground to save it for later, so everything was at least a little dirty. And when it rained, my ceiling would turn into my floor. Still, it was one of the nicer dens I've made, if I do say so myself.
Juliet's not impressed.
And I've made a lot of dens. But now that I've had my own bed, pillows and stuff, it'd be hard to sleep in a hole in the ground again.
Looking around, Aspen nods. She picks up a branch that's fallen halfway into the collapsed burrow.
I do love what you've done with the place, though. Ceiling on the floor, or not.
Well, if you ever need a break from your apartment...
Both laugh, and I hope that Aspen believes me. The same way that she feels about me, I feel about her. She paces around a little bit, exploring the area. There's not that there's much to see. Eventually, she returns to my side.
Thank you for showing me all the same. Even if it's better, I know it can't be easy to just turn your life around 100%.
There are things I miss sometimes, but trust me, I like what I have now way more. If I didn't want to be with you, I wouldn't be. I'm really good at running away from things I don't like.
Same, dog, same.
I'm not going anywhere.
I have seen that for myself. It's true.
Exactly. So I mean everything I say to you. Everything.
I don't mind at all, but standing with her next to what used to be my den, it feels like a strange collision of my past and present. It's taken some getting used to, and there are still things that surprise me that are tough to deal with in my everyday life. When I dug this hole, I never would have guessed it would be the last time. Before Aspen and before Wellington, I never had anything else to go back to. But being here and seeing what I did leave behind, I don't regret that life. But I don't miss it. Every day is better with Aspen in it, and Juliet as well. I just have to do my best to make sure that's true for them too. Judging by the way Aspen holds my hand as we go back down the mountain, and the way she laughs at all my dumb jokes, I feel like I'm doing an okay job so far. Alright, we got a bunch of places to go to, and these might be with Aspen, actually. We have a bunch of places to go to. Where are we going today? Go to the waterfront, go over to Cuba Street, Bell House, Botanical Garden. What are we all feeling right now? I don't think it's necessarily going to matter which one, because we don't have any, like, special spots, really. You want to go to the park? You Veal the Bay? Is it Veal because it's Vina Feel? Well, we haven't actually, let's see, we haven't gone to the bay very often. We also don't go to the park unless it's with, Lena specifically. So, I don't know, maybe the bay just because we haven't elected to go there at all yet, but we have gone to the park like 2 or 3 times. Let's go ahead and quick save. The weather is nice, so I decided to take a walk on the beach. My shoes are annoyingly ill-suited for the sand, so I end up carrying them and walking barefoot. I hate sand. It's coarse, rough, and gets everywhere, but the soft sand feels good and natural in a way that wearing shoes never quite does. A breeze blows from the bay, salty and fresh. It smells so good. The sun is so nice and mild. This is so nice. Why don't I do this more often? Sploosh. A giant wave crashes and leaves me wet with ice-cold water from the knees down. Right, that's enough beach for today. She got splooshed. Oh, we got stuff with Lena. Let's go. Quick save. It's been a busy day. Only a few days after I agreed to be in the play with Lena and Cyrus, and it's time for the first rehearsal. Even though I'm not going to be as involved in it as they are, I still want to see what everything is like. I head to the park and find the area that's been set up to practice. When I get there, I find a bunch of people waiting, more than at any other activities I've tried with Lena. Most of them are reading through through thick packets of paper, standing alone or in small groups. Lena's one of the people on her own, until I go and join her.
Hey, Miho! Ready to be a tree?
As ready as I'll ever be. What about you? Are you nervous?
Me? Nervous? No way!
So that only happens when it comes to Cyrus, huh?
I was gonna make a Lazel joke about that. Lena Zell.
Maybe just a little. That's different, though. Hey, you should go find him and get a copy of the script, too.
It isn't hard to locate Cyrus. He's surrounded by a few boxes of props, snacks, and other supplies. Like Lena promised, or maybe threatened, he's been included in our check-in calls to make sure he remembers me. He nods when he sees me approaching.
Oh, it's my favorite tree.
Hey! Lena said I should get a copy of the script.
That's a pretty good idea. Let me find yours.
He digs through a bunch of copies of the script until he finds one with my name on it.
Here you go. I marked all the parts where you'll be on stage.
I flip through the pages. A few sections are circled in red pen. I'm glad he did that, because it would take me a long, long time to read through the whole thing on my own.
Feel free to relax for today. We'll do some dry reads and not much else.
Okay, I can do that.
I wander back to Lena, who's boldly speaking to no one.
But Mother, today is my birthday. It's not necessary to...
She stops, SMHing her head.
Maybe a bit more whiny. Oh, Miho! tell me which one you think sounds better.
She repeats the line she was just practicing twice. Just like when she made a drink to compete with Aspen, I have a hard time telling the difference.
The second one.
Okay, I thought so too. In ballet, you don't have to worry about talking or sounding good. This is harder than I thought.
Have you done the ballet version before?
Nah, but I've seen others perform it a million times. I'm sure I'd end up doing it someday if I'd stuck with ballet.
Why'd you quit? I never really got the chance to ask before.
Lena looks off into the distance, seemingly unusually serious. Her wings sag, and she bites her lip.
It's kind of complicated. Mostly because my parents really wanted me to do it. Like, really wanted. Ballet or dancing or anything like that. But I'm just like, hello? Can you get any more cliche than a swan girl doing ballet? Or any of that stuff? It's one of the reasons I wasn't sure about saying yes to Cyrus.
She's a swan. I thought she was like a harpy the whole time.
I don't get it. What's so bad about that?
They're always like, do this, do that, it's tradition, it's expected, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to live my life like that, you know? I want to do my own thing.
So you quit ballet because you don't like it?
I do like ballet, and I'm good at it too. But if I kept doing it, it wouldn't be for myself. Does that make sense?
Makes total sense. It reminds me of some of the conversations I've had with Aspen and Juliet, where they encouraged me to do things for myself. Lena's in the same situation, but from a different angle.
Anyway, now that I've said yes to doing this, I'll do my best. I've got to be the best actor in the whole performance.
That sounds more like the Lena I know. I let her practice her lines to me, sometimes saying lines for other characters if she asks for it. Eventually, Cyrus calls everyone together to do some parts as a group. I sit on the sidelines and watch. Both Lena and Cyrus give it their all, just like Lena promised. Some of the other actors sound a little bored or unsure of themselves, but those two don't have any issues. After a while, Cyrus calls an end to the rehearsal, and we all go our separate ways until next time. I feel like it is compulsory for, you know, these gay visual novels to have a theater part in them, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it's just my feelings after Life is Strange, but... The first guests of the day are the school kids from last Friday. They enter one at a time, not struggling with the door this time. Girl I talked to before, Cello, comes over to the desk.
Good morning, Ms. Miho. Morning! How'd your project go? We're still working on it.
Some of us are.
Wait.
Some of us just want to wander around.
Armand has some wings too, you see that? He might actually be a bat boy. You think you're right because you were playing another visual novel that had it? I'm just saying, man. It's not a good visual novel without a play. And yeah, you see Armand's wings over here? I'm pretty sure he's like a bat boy or something. But I could be wrong. You know, those kinds of ears. And we have Avira right here.
It's not wandering if you have a destination.
Around isn't a destination.
They remind me of Lena and Aspen. Cello sighs and rubs her face. She must have to put up with this a lot.
Well, that's why I wanted to come ask for Ms. Miho's advice again.
Horse girl? You mean like a donkey girl?
Again?
Yeah, have you met her before?
What? She helped us just a couple days ago.
Pippa and Armin look at each other, confused. Even with her back to me, I can tell Cello is too. I've gotten so used to my friends remembering me that I didn't even think of how weird it was for Cello to remember. As strange as it is, it just feels like another mystery instead of a life-changing event. Another question I can't... Yeah. Cello remembers. And Gerby remembers. Yeah. In other words, not worth dwelling on. I just shrug at Cello and smile, the same way I've seen Aspen do sometimes.
It's fine. It's just a thing that happens.
The young mermaid doesn't look totally convinced, but she nods all the same. I've seen Aspen do that plenty of times too.
Well, if it's fine with you, I had another question to ask.
Ask away.
Last time, you told me about your favorite place. Are there any other spots in Wellington that you like?
Maybe it's because Cello wrote about her? Maybe? She looks back at her friends, who are both distracted by some of the library decorations.
We're having trouble settling on a topic.
Oh, I know!
The girl, Pippa, hurries over to the desk. I didn't even think she was listening.
Do you think you could show us around town?
Pippa?
That's a lot to ask, don't you think?
Now all three of them are at my desk.
She can say no.
She's working. She can't just get up and leave.
Actually...
There still aren't any other patrons yet. I don't think Juliet would mind, as long as I come back.
I can't spend all day, but I can show you a couple places.
You can go, we can show them around a little bit.
Really? Are you sure?
Yep.
Yep. All three of them look at each other and then grin in unison. The first place I take them is to the top of Mount Victoria.
This was one of the first places I went to when I came to Wellington.
It's so beautiful.
Cello and Armin both stand at the railing, looking out at the city the same way I first did. I wonder if they're feeling any of the same things I did. Pippa is right behind them, with a notebook in one hand and a pencil in the other. At first I think she's writing, like Aspen would be, but when I walk a bit closer, I see that she's drawing instead. In a few quick strokes, she sketches out the shape of the railing and the slope of the mountain. A few scribbled boxes turn into buildings and houses.
Ooh, you're really good.
Pippa's head jerks up, surprised.
Thanks!
Why see that blush? Despite saying that, her face turns red and she snaps the book shut.
Oh, look at this!
Don't worry, that's how I react too. Both Pippa and I turn to see Armin and Cello standing by the binoculars. Cello puts her eyes into them, then pulls out, frowning.
I can't see anything.
Oh, here.
I fish around in my pockets until I find a couple of coins, and then hand them to Armin.
Thanks.
He feeds them into the machine, and Cello's able to look around.
Whoa.
She pans slowly from side to side before letting Armin have a turn. He looks all over, bouncing the lens up and down.
Pippa, do you want to try?
I'm confused as to what he is, though, because these wings are not bat-like wings. What the fuck is he? For a second time, she considers it, but then Pippa SMHs her head.
It's fine. Let's see something else.
Next, we walk down to the waterfront, where the market is. The sea is as blue as I've ever seen it.
Oh, it would be nice to go for a swim.
Maybe for some of us.
Is there an ocean near where you guys are from?
Oh no, but there's a giant lake and tons of canals. Cello spends basically all of her time in them.
I'd rather take a boat than an airship when possible. Even if it's slower.
You would have swam all the way here.
I like
if
how
you
they
could.
still call them airships.
So, there's just something about being on your own with the ocean. When you feel like you belong. What if we did our project about this beach?
I definitely don't belong in the ocean. Can we pick something else?
I'm with Armand on this one. It's the same as any other ocean.
You guys just can't see it, I guess.
Although she looks a little disappointed, Cello keeps going with a shrug and a smile. We take my usual path and end up back at Cuba Street. Like always, it's alive with all sorts of people doing all sorts of things. As we're walking, Armin suddenly stops dead in his tracks and points.
Are those movie cameras? Are they filming something?
Without waiting for an answer, he runs off towards the corner of the street that's fenced off. I bet Armin thinks that birds power up on power lines too, because they're government surveillance devices.
Huh. That fence wasn't here before.
Armin comes to a stop against the fence and wraps his fingers around one of the links. Sure enough, there's a whole crew of people operating cameras and other gear.
Whoa, they really are.
Never
making a
mind.
movie.
Okay, maybe he isn't a conspiracy theorist.
What do you think it'll be about?
A few people sitting on a bench across the street are dressed in costumes, although it looks like they're taking a break. One of them carries a big staff, and the other one is messing with a necklace that he's wearing. Most of them have swords. Wait a second. Is that Ian McKellen?
Some kind of documentary, maybe?
Maybe.
A burly man with a short mustache notices us and stomps in our direction.
Hey, you kids, scram! Get out of here!
But we were just.
Yeah, I don't care what you were just doing. Move it!
Geez, Peter Jackson is a jackass. Disappointed, all four of us head back to a more crowded part of the street. I glance over my shoulder to see if the guy who yelled at us is still watching. He is, and makes a grumpy gesture at me, and I turn back around. Sometimes I remember why I used to not like humans.
What a jerk.
Yeah, sorry, Armand.
Did they call them airships back in 2002?
Oh, it's okay. I got to see a little bit at least.
His voice comes out kind of shaky, like maybe it wasn't okay. But I don't think he'd want us to point that out. I might know a way to cheer him all up.
Okay, one more stop.
The familiar ring of the Bell House door greets us as we walk in. I hold the door for the three kids who all trail in.
Hello, and welcome to... Miho?
Welcome to the rest of them, too.
Oh, yes, of course. Welcome to the Bell House.
Pippa looks up from Aspen to me and then back.
Are you two dating?
Good eyes. Oh,
Huh?
How could you tell?
Pippa shrugs.
Just can.
Well, yes, we are. That's why I was rather surprised to see my girlfriend. You must be the students here from out of town, right?
Yes, that's right.
You already knew about us?
And Pippa can fucking smell the pheromones coming off of Aspen.
I heard a bit from Miho. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. What would you like to drink? It'll be on the house.
That means it's free.
I like how she thinks that she needs to let other people in because she didn't know it herself. Pippa gives me a strange
I
look.
know what it means.
Aspen bites her lip to keep from laughing, but I can see it in her eyes. I smile too. The three kids place their orders and then go sit down while I stay at the counter.
Babysitter for a day?
They wanted me to show them around town a little bit. I need to get back to the library soon, though.
A guided tour of Wellington from Miho? How can I sign up?
Just ask.
Although, your boss might not be as happy about you skipping work as mine.
True. Maybe I should take that store position after all, so I can make my own hours.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. Are you still thinking about whether or not to do it?
Yes, it's practically all I can think about when I'm here. I have to give Regina an answer by next month, though. I'll talk to you about it later, though. What would you like to drink?
Surprise me?
Alright. I'll be back in a bit.
Maybe some hot chocolate.
Okay, see you soon.
While she goes to the back, I sit down at the table in the corner with the three students. The cafe is fairly busy, with many of the tables populated by humans and fabled alike. Our area is relatively empty, though. Pippa has her notebook in her lap and looks to be drawing again, although she angles the book so no one can see it.
Thanks for taking us around today, Miss Miho.
She's drawing them.
Yeah, thank I'm sure we should be able to settle on a topic after this, right?
Armin nods under Cello's withering glare.
Right.
Pippa, on the other hand, doesn't seem to notice. She's fully absorbed in whatever she's working on.
Pippa? Did you have any ideas?
No response. Sighing. Sorry, I just stopped because if you listen in the background, the cello part, or not the cello, sorry, the piano part of this music is the same motif that's in the like opening of this. The title screen music. And I just noticed. Sighing, Cello rests her head on the table instead of trying to get Pippa's attention again.
I still think we should just make it about the ocean.
Over here, like, I keep hearing that motif, so I'm like listening for it now.
Pippa's kind of right, though. It's hard to make the ocean seem special. What about the movie crew? Just without that guy at the end.
But would that really be showing Wellington itself?
Maybe not.
For a moment, everything is silent in our corner, other than the scratch of Pippa's pencil. Then she smacks that down onto the table and turns her notebook around for us to see.
Look!
Even as a sketch, it's easy to identify the Bell House. There are a few changes, like the plants and decorations, but it's still unmistakable. She's drawn it from the outside, with an overhead view right beside it. There are the tables, populated by people that I hope aren't supposed to be us.
Wow, Pippa!
May I see it?
Pippa reluctantly hands the notebook to Cello, who holds it so I can see better too. The Bell House is the only thing she drew, though. Part of the street outside is shown, including some sketches of statues and storefronts that we walked past. Across from her, Pippa waits anxiously.
I thought that a coffee shop might show it best. How all the different kinds of people exist here. It's a place that everyone loves, no matter where you came from. At least, that's what I was thinking.
I think that's beautiful.
Aspen's shoes click against the floor as she approaches us, with a tray balanced in our hand. Stopping at our table, she picks up the first of the 3 drinks and hands it to Pippa.
Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. But I often think of the Bell House the same way. It's something I love about this place. In fact, I first met Miho here.
Pippa's eyes go wide.
Destiny?
I've wondered the same.
Cello sets the notebook down on the table before taking a sip of her drink. Her eyes light up when she does.
Whoa, this is really good!
Armin nods vigorously in agreement.
I'm so glad you like them. Miho, I forgot your drink at the bar. Would you like to come get it?
Oh, sure.
Behind me, I'm pretty sure all 3 of the kids snicker amusedly. At the counter, Aspen hands me a steaming cup. I breathe in assent and try to identify it, but I can't.
What's in it?
A surprise, remember?
I was gonna say,
What do you
Ralph.
think?
I take a small sip, being careful not to burn my mouth. At once, a variety of flavors meld together. There's chocolate for sure, but not overly sweet chocolate. There's also coffee, but it's not too bitter. On top of that, there's another taste, one that I recognize but can't place. Is a praline mocha?
I love it!
Phew, I was afraid I may have used too much chocolate.
Nah, everything was perfect. But what's in it besides coffee and cocoa?
Not cocoa, real melted dark chocolate. We usually
Oh, fuck
only
me.
put shaving on drinks, but this was a special one.
Real dark chocolate.
The other flavor is lavender.
Lavender?
Sometimes people don't like the flowery taste, but I thought you might enjoy it.
Definitely. What's it called? I'll order it again for sure.
Well, I suppose that Miho probably has just been, like, chopped down on flowers before, so I suppose it's appropriate.
It doesn't have a name yet, actually. I'll try to think of one. In the meantime, I'll write down the recipe so I don't forget.
I take another sip, as good as the
May I
first.
try it?
Of course.
I pass the cup to Aspen, who stares at it for just a moment before pressing it to her lips.
Wow, that is perfect. If I do say so myself.
It's like a kiss with extra steps. She takes another sip.
Hey! Don't drink it all!
Chuckling, Aspen returns the beverage.
Sorry. I'll make my own on my break.
Is that soon?
Unfortunately not. In fact, I should get back to work before too long. If Lena catches me, I'll never hear the end of it. Literally.
Alright.
True.
I won't keep distracting you then. I should get back to the library. Although...
I look back at the kids, who are all hovering over Pippa's notebook as she sketches more.
It's fine, they can stay here. I don't think there'll be any trouble, and I'm sure it'll be easier for them to get back to their class.
You sure? Thanks.
Of course. Talk to you later?
Of course.
Of course. Alright, where are we going, chat? We can go anywhere we fucking want. Except for the den and home. And nothing is important today. We're just at the cafe, so we're definitely not going to the cafe. That would be a little bit too much, you know? Where are we going? What do you guys want? I'll tell you, I might be feeling the botanical garden, maybe? Maybe. You think park? You think we're gonna go to Lincoln Park? I mean, I suppose in the end it doesn't really matter, but... Alright, let's go to Lincoln Park. It's a slow day in the park, so I decide to find a cozy patch of grass and do some cloud watching. I never used to think much of the clouds in the sky, but I heard some people try to find shapes in the clouds, so I've been trying that lately too. It seems like a relaxing activity. So, that right there is kind of a biggish cloud with some wobbly edges. I guess it looks like a wave at the beach. And that small one is like a ball, maybe. And the one between them is, it keeps changing shape. It's shaped like, no matter how much I look at it, it's just shaped like a cloud. They're all just clouds. This is too hard. I give up on this game. Oh, what is that area of the brain called involved in recognition? I'm drawing a blank right now, but it's a very, like, human condition to look for shapes in the clouds. That night, as I'm laying in bed and watching TV, my phone buzzes on the windowsill, startling me. It's Aspen.
Hello?
Miho, I didn't wake you, did I?
Nah, I was still up. But I thought you went to bed hours ago. Is everything okay?
I did, yes, and I'm fine. I woke up to get some water and saw
Water?
that I had an email. And after I read it, I couldn't wait to tell you.
It's a publisher.
Are you ready?
Sure.
She clears her throat and gulps down some water real quick. I gotta get some water. Well, it's in the temporal lobe. I'm thinking about a very specific region in the temporal lobe. Okay. A little bit more water, actually. Alright, I am filled again and ready to go.
Dear Ms. Benoit, we've read your draft and we're very impressed with what we've seen so far.
Yes, you're gonna get a hydrate point redeem. It's only gonna be like 50 channel points too. Like, it'll be like 50 or 100 channel points. Don't worry about it. You'll get it.
At the moment, it's a couple steps away from being what we're looking for, but we'd like to fix that. One of our representatives will be in the Wellington area this Friday. Would you be available for dinner to discuss more? Best regards, Avery Frost, editor.
Avery Frost. That's a fucking writer's name right there. Avery Frost. Bit of a ripoff, but still, that's a writer name. Better be animated. Well, I could do something for that, and I'll wait for you to see. I bolt upright in the bed, as if Aspen were telling me in person.
Whoa! So they're gonna do it? They're gonna publish your book?
I already have something in mind.
Well, it sounds like there are still some details to be worked out, but...
Congratulations!
It's a good thing Juliet doesn't sleep during the night. I can hear her laugh through the phone, and can't keep a grin off my own face.
Thank you. Wait a moment, I'm not dreaming, am I?
Nope.
Nope.
Good. Lately I keep thinking that my life has been going far too well, and surely I'll have to wake up soon and find that none of it was real.
Please no foreshadowing.
No way. Although, it sounds like maybe you should go back to bed.
Probably. I'm not sure I'll be able to fall asleep again, though.
I know a way to help you sleep.
Wanna come over?
Oh.
Juliet's awake too.
Miho knows a way to help her sleep too, Jesus. She laughs again.
Tempting, but I shouldn't. Tomorrow, though, after I get off work.
We're gonna celebrate?
Damn right we are. Let's go
Damn
somewhere,
right
just the
we
two of
are.
us.
Sure. Like where?
Dunno. Figure it out when we get there.
Of course. See you at breakfast then?
Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. Aspen yawns, causing me to yawn too.
All right. I get the message. Good night, Miho. I love you.
I love you too. Good night.
Settling back down to bed, I can't keep a smile off my face, even as my eyes get heavier. If anyone deserves some good news, it's Aspen. I'm so glad she can stop worrying so much now. Alright, where are we going, chat? Once again, we are able to do whatever the fuck we want. So, we just went to Lincoln Park. We went to the Bay a bit ago. I was thinking the Botanical Garden. What are you guys thinking? Again, I am thinking Botanical Garden. We haven't been there in a little bit. The mountain? You want to go to the mountain? Can you make a case for the mountain? We could. What does Lana think right now? Or is Lana just along for the ride? Yeah, we can try it. Yes, we can try the mountain if you're feeling that way. Let me quick save real quick. Make sure I do that. Alright, Mount Victoria. Oh man, the mountain is all muddy from the early morning rain. You made a mistake already, Ralph. Sorry. You're fired. No, you're not. You're okay. It was heavy enough that even the paved road is covered in mud. Tread carefully, though. I might sink my shoes dangerously into... Oh, tread carefully, though I might. My shoes sink dangerously into the slippery slop, all while maintaining zero traction. Unless I want a face full of mud pie, I think I'd better head back down for today. I'm not a picky eater, but that's a bit too much even for me. No, don't jump off no cliffs. Unless it's like 4 feet high or something, that's fine. The grand entrance... Oh, I guess we're going to the Botanical Garden anyway, so it... You know, we might as well have gone somewhere else. The grand entrance of the Botanical Gardens is pretty impressive. Decorated with flowers and trees and more. It's even closer to the wilds, I remember, than Mount Victoria's forests are.
Of course, last time I was rather distracted by the circumstances.
Yes.
Is that why you want to come back?
Yes, this time. I intend to enjoy it to its fullest.
After meeting up with Aspen at the Bauhaus, we took a bus to get here. It dropped us off at the same gate that Juliet and I arrived at last time. Hand in hand like always, we drift like bumblebees from flower patch to flower patch. Aspen stops to admire the plants, and I admire Aspen. Getting that email really seems to have cheered her up. There's a bounce in every step we take together.
What kind of flowers are those?
I have no idea. They're pretty though, aren't they?
They sure are.
Like a flower, when I saw Aspen for the first time all those months ago, I thought she was pretty. But the colorful petals at her feet can't actually compare to her. That rainy day in the library, she didn't even know I was there. I never could have imagined how our lives would intertwine from then on. Oh, she's simping so much, but so am I. But it's everything we've been through since then. All the things I've come to learn and know about her that make her beautiful. We both talked about it that way, and everything after, a lot. Still, I don't get tired of thinking or hearing about it. Every day just makes me appreciate her more. Turning away from the flowers, Aspen sees me looking at her and tilts her head.
What are you smiling about all of a sudden?
You!
It's too sweet. Earning myself a kiss on the cheek, we resume our journey through the gardens. The winding road takes us past more flowers, through forests and across ponds. Everywhere you look, there's something new to see. For the most part, I let Aspen lead us, content to see whatever she wants to see, even when that means standing around for a couple of minutes while she reads the tiny words on the big signs. The sun begins to set, our walk getting gradually darker, but neither of us are in a rush to leave. When we round another corner, we reach a new area of the park that we haven't seen before. A small river runs along the path, and on one side is a large embankment. Trees with long, saggy branches run along the top, making a curtain along the lot of it. Some of the branches glisten with water, but some sparkle with something else. I point to one, getting Aspen's attention.
Hey, what's that?
What's what?
She follows my line of sight, then her eyes light up when she sees it.
Oh!
We both hurry over to something small and blue hangs from one of the branches, glowing like a firefly. There are silky threads hanging from the trees too. They look kind of like spider webs, but softer. Silkworms?
Is it a fairy?
Oh, same thing.
Not quite. They're glowworms.
She reaches a hand up, cupping the bright orb without touching it.
Oh, worms?
Yes. Look.
You're a fairy? Well, that's one label, I suppose. I look. Sure enough, there's a bug attached to the light. Well, maybe it's the other way around.
It's almost as pretty as the flowers. Are they magical?
No, just unique. Wellington is somewhat famous for them, in fact. There should be more nearby. Shall we look for them?
Sure. Let's go.
We follow the embankment, peering among the trees and dirt for another glimpse of light. There are other people around inspecting the same area as we are. We spot a couple isolated bugs, all alone like the first one we encountered. For a while, that seems to be it. However, as the night begins to set in and the sun disappears behind the hills, that starts to change. Before our eyes, lights gradually appear as more and more glowworms take their places, like candles being lit in the dark. The blue-green webbing almost seems to hover in midair at parts, since we can't see the trees themselves as easily. Finally, we come to a part of the ridge that brings us both to a halt. Oh. A big willow droops down, making a web of its own out of branches that reach past even other nearby trees. Glowworms hang from them like holiday lights. There are more here than we saw on the way combined. When we first arrived at the gardens, Aspen remarked on how gorgeous it was. Now she's speechless. She takes a step forward, then another, drawn like a moth to the flame. I stay at her side, impressed by the glowworms, but unable to take my eyes off Aspen again. Her eyes wide, mouth agape. She's the most easy-to-read person I've ever met. The simple way she always wears her awe on her face and her heart on her sleeve, even when she tries to hide her feelings. To me, that's another thing to love about her. I've already seen it a few times. Aspen, who always tries to have the perfect words, finds herself at a loss for them so often. Everything she feels so much. As scary as that may have seemed at one time, as we became friends and then more than friends, it's something I've come to admire. There's the motif again. She says that meeting me was destiny, or that maybe she just got lucky. I don't know a thing about destiny, but I know the second part is wrong, at least only half true. I'm the lucky one here.
Hey, Aspen?
Still entranced, she turns her head to face me, and I lean forward to kiss her. I'm used to not having the right words or any words at all, so I hope I can say everything I want with a kiss. Her eyes flutter shut behind her glasses. She smells faintly of coffee and flour. Her lips taste like love. I hope she knows just how much she's made my life better. Just by existing. Just by being her. We part, but just barely. Foreheads together, she smiles. The light in her eyes brighter than the one around us.
What was that for? Not that I mind, of course.
Just because. I was thinking about how lucky I am to be able to do that.
You're the one tearing up. I'm tearing up over here. Tearing up under my glasses.
I see. In that case...
She kisses me again.
Just because?
Because I love you. And so you'll keep doing that?
No crying, Peanut, but it's good crying.
That's the easiest promise I've ever made.
Eventually we walk away, letting some of the other searchers enjoy that spot. We follow the winding path through the gardens some more, taking our time and stopping to admire anything that catches our eyes. There are plenty of those. Not just the flowers and trees, but the lamplit pathways and stream too. Well, I've already cried a little bit, okay? Don't need to be sobbing over your dinner. Oh, I'm sorry. At the end, we leave from the gate we entered through, taking a shuttle back into town. I walk with Aspen to her apartment before we part ways for the night. Holding up my hands outside her door, she gives me one last kiss.
Thank you for a perfect evening, Miho.
It was your idea to go there. So, thank you.
It was only perfect because we were together, though. Just take the compliment, silly.
This is you telling me to take the compliment right now, silly girl.
Fine, fine.
Smiling, Aspen steps forward and hugs me, enveloping me in that coffee and flower scent.
Well, shall I see you tomorrow then?
Yeah. I already can't wait.
Me either. Good night, Miho.
Good night.
With a final wave, Aspen disappears into her apartment. I make my way back to the library, feeling lighter than air. Oh, quick save, I guess. There's only one place to go. And that's talking with myself at home. I've only been home for a little bit when I decide to step out into the night again. My last encounter with Silver didn't go well, but it hasn't made me any less determined to talk with her. It's not just because of my magic and what she might be able to tell me about. It's because I also want to help her. I know that I can't tell her that outright, but every passing day that I spend with Aspen or with Juliet makes me more confident in my decision to stay around Wellington. While I don't expect things to go exactly the same way for Silver as they did for me, I hope that maybe someday she'll want to change too. Making my way to Mount Victoria doesn't take very long. Just like the last time, I changed forms and searched for Silver's scent, locking on and following it through the forest. I eventually find her in her two-legged form, sitting on a log with her back to me. For some reason, I'm surprised. I just assumed she spent most of her time as a fox. I changed forms myself. Somehow I don't think she's noticed me yet. I'm not sure if I should call out to her to get her attention or what. I don't think she'd like being surprised, but there probably isn't any chance she'd be excited to see me regardless. Taking a step, I have my decision made for me. A snap of a branch under my foot gives me away.
Damn it.
Sure enough, Silver spins around, her eyes going from shock to annoyance when she sees me. She leaps to her feet in a fluid motion, while I hold up my empty hands to show I'm not a threat.
Stupid dog. Learn to obey when you're given a command. I told you not to come back here.
Oops. Guess I must not have heard that part.
I didn't bother to make a plan for how to convince her to talk to me, since she has a tendency to mess up any plans I try. She snorts in derision and transforms as she turns back away from me. In a flash, she's taken off.
Not this time.
I change forms and run after her. She's tricky, not just fast. She also darts back and forth, weaving around trees as she tries to get away. I don't let her, instead keeping her in my sights even though she manages to stay ahead. The forested area isn't very big, but she backtracks so much that it feels huge. If we were in our other forms, I'm sure she'd be shouting taunts at me, or obscenities. Instead, it's gravely silent, other than the soft sound of her paws on the leaves and moss. She eventually gives up on trying to confuse me, instead puts on a burst of speed, pulling farther and farther away from me. Why is she so determined to run away? And why am I so determined to catch her? I mean, I think she's very much annoyed at this. But I also don't know why the fuck she is so insistent on Miho not being the way she is. The first part isn't tough to answer because running away is easy. I understand because until recently that was exactly what I would have done too. But the second part, that's harder to say. I push myself as well, trying to run faster like Silver. It's hard though, and my legs are already aching and I have to start relying on my ears and nose, and not just eyes to track her. Suddenly I see her again, not that far out of reach. When she spots me, I can see her try to dash again. Yeah, envy, I mean, there might be jealousy in there, but there also might be a level of feeling betrayed, in a way. But also, I feel like Silver prefers the wild side over the civilized side, right? Now, clearly her life is probably worse out here, but I think there might be some potential erasure, or a feeling of erasure being here, you know? Like, her kind, especially after the Fabled have made amends with humans. She might feel like her kind and her culture are being erased. Yeah, she could have also been hurt by humans. Though, I'm not really sure how. She doesn't have the same power. Only this time she doesn't seem to be able to pull it off either. That's when I notice her limp. It's subtle enough that I can only tell when I'm closer up to her like this. But one of her back legs is definitely giving her trouble, and it's starting to slow her down. We might have our thing right here. When it becomes clear I'm going to catch her, she abruptly halts, transforming back in a flash. I scramble to bring myself to a stop and then change to, almost collapsing backwards into the ground. My lungs feel like they're on fire, but I stay on my feet. Silver doesn't move, her back still to me, even as I see her chest heave while she catches her breath. She clenches a fist, illuminated by the light from her bead.
Why? Why won't you leave me alone? I've told you to stay away. Aren't dogs supposed to be good at listening?
Turns out, she's a cat. I ignore her. I couldn't give her an answer she'd accept anyway. Like Ruby's crow. A bit. A bit like Crow, maybe.
Why are you limping? Did you hurt your leg?
Silence. Not that I was expecting an answer myself. Then slowly her fingers uncurl.
No, someone else did. Why do you care?
For the first time, there's less of a sharp edge to her words. For once, it sounds like a genuine question.
Because you exist, I guess. I've never met another Gumiho, but I feel like I know you. At least a little bit. We probably have more in common than you think. Or admit.
Likely she was hurt by a human, yes. I was kind of thinking there's something a little bit more fundamental belief, which there also might be.
Pathetic.
I don't know if she's talking about me or not. Finally, she looks up and glares at me, staring right into my eyes. I'm not sure how I want to come across to her. Friendly, trustworthy, brave. Whatever we do have in common, she's a total mystery. Even at my most alone, I was never as wild as she is.
Fine then, I'll tell you. Listen well, dog. I won't repeat myself.
And later they become friends and she starts calling her DAWG dog. Folding her arms, Silver turns her back on me and looks up at the stars.
The forest I called home belonged to man, as all forests do in their minds. Every day, to live was to be in fear of their cruel weapons that could tear you apart before you ever saw them. All creatures of the forest are prey to sate man's hunger for violence. I learned to run, for there was no other choice but death. To hide from their stinking horses and craven hounds. Survive.
A lot of animals are to sate our hunger, but I wouldn't say hunger for violence.
Yet, for all my running and for all my fear, one day, I too found myself fleeing for my life, slabbering beasts at my heels. There was a crack as one of their weapons rang out, finding its mark in my leg. Despite the pain, I kept running for as long as I could, before collapsing into the bush. I knew I was going to die, and there was nothing I could do about it.
And some people do hunt for fun, but it's also partially, or it used to more be partially out of necessity. Not so much nowadays, though.
Nothing but quiver and dread. Useless and pathetic. I thought I would choke on the fear. Instead, as the first of the hunters arrived, sadistic pleasure in their eyes. The pain in my throat became something else. In that moment, it transformed me. I was more than a pitiful fox. I became something greater, something powerful. In a flash, the fear came for them instead. They screamed the same way we foxes do, in agony and terror. The pain I felt was nothing compared to the euphoria of strength. It served me greater than fear had. And it was not only my blood that nurtured the forest that day. I knew that my wounds would heal in time, but that power would never leave me. They did, and it hasn't. Never again will I suffer a human to harm me, or anyone else.
That answers her, but it doesn't that doesn't answer why she would... I mean, in a way, I guess you're saying protecting another Gumio from harm, but also it doesn't completely answer why she would protect her, even if she doesn't need protection.
Never again. I told you before that we are nothing alike.
She's wrong. I can see myself reflected in her harsh gaze. I could have been here so easily.
Well, what is it, dog? Have you finally learned to hold your tongue?
Something about her finally clicks. Something in her words makes sense. The way that she tells me so much even as she tells me to leave. The way she keeps asking for my thoughts. She desperately wants me to respond.
I'm sorry. All of that stuff that happened to you is terrible. I can see why you hate humans so much.
Her eyes widen, then instantly narrow.
Oh, has a thought dared to enter that empty head of yours?
Well, I do say that every single time we play. Head empty. No thoughts, only gay.
Yeah. I'd probably hate humans too if I'd gone through what you did. Even though I didn't, I still spent most of my life trying to avoid them. And everyone else. Everyone but one person.
I pause, waiting for her to interrupt me, but she doesn't. That's a good sign, right?
I also got my leg hurt by humans back then. Back when I was a fox, I stepped on one of their traps and couldn't get out. I also thought I was gonna die. But instead, my person set me free. Even though they weren't my person yet. And they put a bandage on my leg and helped it get better. I'd probably still have a limp today if they hadn't.
Silver scoffs, but doesn't interject.
Until I came here and met Aspen and Juliet, I thought my person was the only one worth knowing, human or not. I didn't want them to talk to me either. But now, I'm glad they did.
I search her face, trying to get a glimpse of what she might be thinking or feeling, but her expression is as stony as ever. I could keep going, but I'm not sure it would be a good idea or not. I'm probably already wearing on her patience. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. Since she still hasn't cut me off, I decide to keep talking. Who knows when I'll have another chance.
You could try that too, you know. I could even introduce you to my friends. I haven't told them about you yet. They don't have any idea you exist, but I'm sure they'd be just as nice to you as they were to me. Not all people are bad, humans or fabled.
Mm-hmm.
There are good ones too. Just like there are probably good and bad Gumiho.
All I get in response is a cold stare. Well, it's not like I really expected her to say yes. At least I tried. From the way she fidgets, I can tell we're getting near the point where Silver is going to decide she's had enough and run away. Before she can do that, there's something I have to know.
Hey. What?
I never asked before, but what's your name?
She sneers, looking glad to have a reason to be disdainful again.
I have no need for one. If I wished to be known by anyone, they wouldn't use a name.
Yeah, I used to be like that too. It's how I ended up calling myself Miho.
How clever.
Which is why I've been calling you Silver in my head, so I'll just keep doing that.
Pick something else.
Huh?
Her response is immediate. I'd been expecting a do as you wish or I don't care what a dog thinks of me, but I didn't expect her to have an opinion on my choice. Even Silver looks a bit surprised with herself, like she answered without thinking. She quickly forces back a stoic expression.
I mean, do as you wish.
If you tell me something else to call you, I will.
I don't care what a dog thinks of me.
She said both the things. Nose in the air, she turns away from me and transforms, bounding off into the shadows like always. This time, I don't try to follow her. She always has to make a show of how little she cares. It took me until tonight to understand that that means she cares a lot. For as detached and disinterested as she tries to appear, there are still weaknesses in her armor. Once again, I didn't really learn much about myself or my magic from this visit with Silver, but still, I don't think it was a waste of time. I suppose I did kind of like... I was kind of overthinking the fact that there may be something else fundamental there, which there still might be, but like... And it was actually just the simplest thing. But I feel like there's some other thing driving her opinions that is like keeping her protective of other Gumio. So, you know, I don't think that it's completely without merit to think that there's more things than just the obvious, like, cliche answer of being hurt by humans. At breakfast the next morning, I'm still thinking about Silver and her story, and about how much it has in common with mine. I guess part of me was also like thinking it's not going to be the same story as Miho, right? I only half listen as Juliet and Aspen talk about a book they've both been reading. Instead, it's nice to just watch them enjoy being around each other. It's so easy to miss that when you're not looking for it. Of course, you can still miss out on other things. It takes me a moment to realize Aspen is trying to get my attention.
Miho! Miho!
SMHing my head, I bring my attention back.
That's to Miho! Anyone home?
There is now. Just stepped out for a minute, you know.
Believe me, I know. I was just asking if something had happened to your bead. It looks brighter again.
It does?
Oh man, that would be embarrassing if Aspen noticed a change before I did. I tug my necklace away from me so I can see it. Sure enough, the glow is stronger than before. It's not as strong as Silver's, though.
I swear it wasn't like that when I went to sleep.
Maybe it changed overnight. Like your body, perhaps it needs time to process. Actually, I believe I learned something useful in that regard.
Let us hear it.
I was able to get in touch with one of the curators from the exhibition you saw at Tepapa. I mentioned the painting of a Gumio and asked if he knew anything about them, and he told me a very interesting myth. It says that not only is a Gumio's bead the source of her magic, but it also requires more magic to sustain itself. Most Fable take their magic from the underworld's source, but for those who don't come from the underworld, such as Miho,
it has to come from somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah, we're all quiet for a moment as we all come to what I'm sure is the same conclusion.
The memories.
Yes, I believe so. Every time someone forgets about you, I believe your bead retains that memory as a sort of power. There was a second part to the myth as well.
Does that... so... she has to be forgotten by a certain number of people? Or does that mean... actually, yeah, I think that would mean that she has to be forgotten.
Once it's accumulated enough, the Gumio can take that magic and make it her own, becoming something even more than a Gumio.
Something more? In what way?
A Chunho.
A Chunho. We're gonna make her a hoe, guys. Both of them look at me.
Pardon?
Chunho. I don't know the word. I know the word, but not how I know it. Wait, I know the word, but not how I know it. As if Juliet's explanation unlocked a forgotten memory of my own.
That's what I'd be. If I swallow the bean when it was ready. Tunnel. A sky fox.
Sky Fox. I don't know what it means, but I know it's the next step in my existence. More than a Gumio. Yo, is she gonna become a fox with wings?
If you swallowed it? I suppose that makes sense, but it hardly sounds pleasant.
It isn't.
Removing my necklace, I inspect the bead yet again. The glow must be related to what Juliet was saying. That it's getting closer to being ready. I don't know if the rest of me is, though.
But why now? I don't think that many people have forgotten me recently, but it started changing so fast.
It's magic. Even as a boring old human, I can tell you that magic never works how you think it should.
Well, I can imagine that she's just being around more people in general right now because she's in Wellington. So there's more and more exposure every day. You know, she's not hanging out in the forest. She's not, like, skulking around at night. You know, that's one thing, for example. It might also be, like, the longer you spend with somebody and then get forgotten, the more power it builds up.
Not just magic, but also myth. Myths tend to have some roots in truth, but are incomplete or warped by retelling. Trust your eyes and your heart, not just what Aspen and I find.
Right. Besides, who knows how much farther it has to go? It could keep getting brighter and brighter for a long time.
Do you also have to swallow it? Can you just not?
I've seen... I'll see if it looks any different this time next week.
Also, does being a Sky Fox change the fact that she can live this life still? I was about to mention Silver, but managed to catch myself. I want to tell Aspen and Juliet about her, but not yet. Not until I know her better myself. Not until I convince her to meet them. Would it just be like Miho Plus mode? And, you know, I could have her drink the Kool-Aid and still live her life? And it could take even longer for Silver to change than my bead. Although, now that I think about it, what does the brightness of hers mean? That her bead has soared even more magic than mine? Something about that doesn't feel right. It can't just be about an amount. There has to be something more. I don't even know if she knows what it is. But there's one more big question, too. One more big what if.
If I do that, would it mean people stop forgetting about me? If my bead isn't there to steal the memories?
That would be very nice if so.
Indeed. I couldn't say, but I share Aspen's feelings, as I'm sure you do too.
I kinda want Miho to drink the Kool-Aid and become a Mind Flayer.
Yeah, I do.
I lock the necklace back around my neck. The more I learn about my powers, the more conflicted I feel. I know Aspen and Juliet mean well, but it's just not something they can understand. Even if Juliet has magic on her own, it's entirely different than mine. The conversation changes to recent events at the library in Bell House, and none of us mention anything else about magic or Gumio the rest of the evening. There's like a brief flash where you only saw Aspen, and the rest of the there's like a single frame where you could only see Aspen and the rest of the kitchen was empty, and I was getting some Doki Doki feelings again. Whatever is going to happen with my bead, I have to figure it out for myself. Alright. Got these two at the library. I'm gonna quick save and take a quick break here. Get some water and other stuff. So I will see you all in a few minutes. Have a good time. Forgot what I was gonna say. Enjoy yourself. Oh, and also, don't forget that you can throw emotes at me. Alright, see you. Alright, I am back. Are we all good? Perfect. Hello there. So I got a new chair recently, which it's better for my back, and it's a little bit less noisy than my previous one, but it does kind of hurt to sit in for long periods of time, not gonna lie. So I just like folded up a blanket and like put it underneath me for now, just to pad it a little bit, and that might feel a little bit better. So yeah, other than that, got some water. We're all watered out, Gucci. Where are we going? Oh, we're going straight to the library, it looks like. Great. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves tonight. Have you been doing anything exciting while I've been streaming? But yeah, I wasn't really expecting Silver to have such a similar story to Miho. It's just how it worked out. It's not bad. I just wasn't expecting it to be so cliche, so I was kind of like overthinking. Oh, very nice. I was expecting something not so cliche, right? And I think that the fact that I'm not expecting cliches makes me kind of like overthink it a little bit sometimes. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. You know that, well, you know the way that I think is not the same way that you think there. After all the puzzles that we've been doing in the fucking variant dungeons and shit. Alright, where are we? Going straight to the library. Even though I'm preoccupied with thinking about magic, the morning goes by without any trouble. The library isn't very busy, so I finish my tasks quickly and then work on reading and writing. When I hear the door open, I don't look up. Just call out a greeting because I'm halfway through a worksheet. But then something floats into the edge of my vision to get my attention.
Gerby?
The familiar fable twirls in recognition. Of course, Tommy's with him on the other side of the desk, but I don't see Gwen or Elijah.
Hi, me! Hey there. What's up? I'm looking for a super special bug. Do you want to help me find it?
A special bug. Alright.
Here in the library? I haven't seen any weird bugs.
Go play Skyrim with him. I know where to find a lot of bugs.
Nah, it's not in here. It's in the
Especially the way I play
it's
it.
a special butterfly where if you touch it, you turn into a butterfly too.
Huh. Are you sure you should do this, Tommy? Are you sure? Tommy flaps his arms, imagining what it would be like to have wings.
I kind of like how I am already. Where's your mom at, though?
He frowns.
She's at her house. I told her I was gonna go, but I don't think she heard me.
We should fucking call his mom. Old Death 12, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome to the cat carrier, and I hope you enjoy your sentence. She's at her house. Okay. We should fucking call his mom. Like, what are you doing? The kid wants to go find a fucking magic butterfly and transform? That's, Knowing Gwen, once she realizes Tommy's missing, she'll go on a panic looking for him. Oh, it's going well. How are you doing? We're just hanging out here. We're playing. We're like, I think we're in chapter 4 right now. There's no music in this part, unfortunately. But we've just been having a good time. It's been very sweet. And, we're really excited to, like, it's my first playthrough, by the way. I'm not 100%ing it or anything. We're currently with Aspen, and I think we're trying to, like, figure out stuff about Miho's magic right now and how to maybe reverse it. But it's been pretty good. It's been, like, nice and slow and kind of chill. Well, you missed nothing. We were, I was just on break and I came back and Tommy's like, yo, I wanna go turn into a butterfly. And I walked out with my mom's permission. Guess that means I have to keep an eye on him.
Alright, I'll go with you.
but I'm not gonna touch it if we find it.
Okay, yay! Did you hear that, Gerby? Me's gonna come with us!
Maybe Garby could touch it, actually. And then become something that the rest of them can see. Garby flaps his petals just like Tommy flapped his arms. You're kind of tired, but you want to stay awake one more hour? Well, I'm glad I can be your distraction to keep you awake on a Sunday night. I put away my things and then follow Tommy out the door. Before I go, I send a quick message to Gwen to tell her Tommy's with me. Good. Responsible Miho. Thumbs up to Miho. Eventually, we reach Mount Victoria. It takes a lot longer walking with Tommy than it did take me on my own.
So, how do we find this thing?
We just have to look for it. It's got bright purple wings like Gerby, so it should be easy to spot.
I let him lead me around the area while he checks out all the flowers and plants that he can. We still see all sorts of other bugs, but not the one we're looking for. I keep half an eye out for the butterfly, but also watch to make sure Tommy doesn't touch anything poisonous or bitey by accident. While we're wandering around, I notice that the area we're in is kind of familiar. That gives me an idea.
Hey, Tommy. Wanna see something neat?
Oh, is she gonna do it?
Is it a bug? Nope.
It's a bug in reality.
Okay, I guess.
It's just a short walk to my den. The condition isn't great, and I have to tidy it up a bit so it's recognizable.
What is this?
You read that I like to write, so for me, I normally write, well, I write fiction for the most part, but I also write a little bit of poetry. Sometimes it's on the realistic side and about, like, events in my life, but oftentimes it can be a little bit surrealist too. It really is like whatever I feel like on a day-to-day basis. I think a lot of my writing in the past year has been like very slice of lifey, but like, and on the romantic side a little bit. I've been having some ideas recently of something I wanted to write, and I wasn't exactly sure what medium I wanted to go for yet. But, you know, I've been giving it some thought. You know. Sci-fi and fantasy, well, that's perfect. We love fantasy writers around here. I think most people in chat here love to write a little bit of fantasy. A lot of them like roleplay in like Final Fantasy XIV and other MMOs. And I think that's kind of their go-to.
It's my den! It's where I lived when I first came here. Whoa.
Both Tommy and Gerby inspect my handiwork. Oh, also, by the way, if you enjoy this, we are playing a little bit of Valhalla, which is a cyberpunk bartender. It's a lot more mature than this, by the way, but I think we're going to be back to that on Tuesday, so you can come back and see that if you want a little bit of some sci-fi ideas, some sci-fi action. It's also kind of visual novel-like. So I definitely recommend that if you're into sci-fi themed stories.
It used to be a lot nicer. Now it's kind of beat up.
I bet I could still fit in there.
Yeah, probably.
You play like D&D and stuff? Tommy pokes around the entrance for a little bit, clearing away some of the leaves and the other stuff that's blocking it.
Do you like your new home more? At the library?
Oh, yeah. My old house was better, where I lived with Mom and Dad. Dad still lives there, but now Mom has a different place where she lives. I have to go there sometimes.
You don't like it?
I don't want to have two homes. I just want one with all of us. Me, Mom, Dad, and Gerby.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing a lot of, is he really doesn't want the two of them to separate either.
Come on, I don't see any butterflies here.
It only hurts him if they separate. So it's a difficult balance for all of them to strike, you know? And I asked that about D&D because I typically run like some 2nd edition D&D, some 5th edition, and Pathfinder. Sometimes we did more roleplay through narration and chat. Well, again, the people in this chat that you can talk to are roleplay lovers. So if ever you want to talk about that, they do it a lot in Final Fantasy XIV. That's where I met a lot of the people that I hang out with who pop by chat every once in a while. And that can be a great medium for a lot of that. And so I have a lot of like Final Fantasy role players in this chat who absolutely love that kind of stuff. Very comfy and absolutely comfy. Super comfy sometimes. Especially if you're thinking more slice of life. We start walking again, but I don't let us get too far from the main path. Tommy and Gerby are still looking around for the butterfly, but I can tell Tommy's heart isn't in it quite as much. I don't have any experience with any of these issues Tommy's dealing with, or the rest of his family. But I feel like I should at least say something.
You know, I'm kind of jealous. Why? Because your parents let you have 2 homes.
Maybe you shouldn't have said that, Miho.
I spent a long time not even having one home. I don't really count places like my den. That was just a place to stay. Until I moved into the library, I didn't have somewhere better. But you get to have 2! What about your parents? I don't have any. Not the same way you do.
My parents were just foxes, and I barely remember them or even think about them that much.
Even if they don't live in the same place, they both still love you lots, right? I guess.
I'm not sure if anything I'm saying is helpful. I don't even know how to help Tommy, but I am being honest at least. What he has for a family still seems pretty good, even if it's not perfect. Software engineering. So I'm thinking about going back in for psychology at the moment, specifically to work on like clinical psychotherapy. But software engineering is great. I have a lot of software engineer friends actually. Where I studied, I used to be in engineering, and that was like the #1 thing. In fact, someone that I almost dated ended up working at where was it? I want to say working as a software engineer for like Wells Fargo or somewhere, like a banking company, and graduated from an Ivy League in 2 years. But they were like an incredible engineer, and they had people lining up from like Wall Street to like fucking take them right in the second that they got out. So it can be exceptionally profitable. In the end, we don't end up finding the magical butterfly. While we're still looking around, my phone rings. Of course, it's Gwen. I tell her where we are, and she promises to be there soon. When she finally meets up with us, she doesn't even scold Tommy for running off. Just gives him a hug and thanks me. As I go back off to her house, I reflect on what I said. Being a human is tougher than I used to think it is. Or was. What Tommy and his family are going through isn't something I can relate to. But I get the feeling that Tommy is trying to be on his own way. Just like Gwen and Elijah are, said studying. Still in my mind. Whatever it takes, I hope they're able to figure things out together. Alright. Oh shit, we're straight into another scene here. I'm not surprised when Aspen doesn't show up for breakfast. Before I fell asleep, she mentioned that she was feeling nervous about her meeting and expected to be up for a while, and that she'd probably sleep in. I offered to stay up with her, but she declined, saying she'd rather use the time to prepare. Her spot at the table is conspicuously empty as Juliet and I eat together, but I'm sure she'll show up eventually. I keep an eye on my phone for any messages from her, even as Juliet and I clean up and start our days, but I don't hear anything from Aspen. The library gradually gets livelier, and I have my hands full restocking shelves and filling out papers. Finally, some familiar faces arrive, although Aspen's isn't one of them.
Be careful. If you drop it, we'll have to start all over.
Get to see the kids again, and yeah, I see Ralph down there. Dragon Age Origins. That's a big thumbs up from me, dog.
I'm not going to drop it. You carry it if you're so worried.
I can carry it if you'd like, Pippa.
It's fine.
I can hear the three kids before I can see them, their voice only getting louder when Armin pushes the front door open and holds it for the other two. Cello enters first, followed by Pippa, who has arms wrapped tightly around a box. They've come in every day since we visited the Bell House, so Pippa and Armin still remember me. I didn't explain my magic to them. They just chose to work up here.
Good morning, Ms.
Cello can't help but yawn as she greets me. Yeah, I feel that.
Morning. Wow, you guys look exhausted.
Do they have a big diorama or something? That'd be cool.
Ugh. We are.
Cello and I stayed up all night finishing our project. Armand was only awake for like half of it.
Wow. Being pretentious.
You wouldn't let me touch the models, so why should I have to stay up?
You two, please.
Even Cello seems too tired to put up with her friends bickering today. They both huff, but stop arguing. I think I was with Leilana, but Morrigan I definitely sim for.
It was a long night, but we managed to get done. Since we're going back home tomorrow, we wanted to come show you and Ms. Aspen the final version.
She gave us a lot of advice at the Bell House.
And a lot of free refills.
Yeah, Ms. Aspen was super nice to us. Is she around?
He knows what he's about.
Nope. I haven't seen her yet today. I think she had a late night too. I'll try calling her.
I'm going to go put this down somewhere.
Good idea.
All three of them go find a table where they can set up. I pull out my phone to give Aspen a call. It rings for a long time and I'm about to hang up when I finally hear the line click.
Hello?
Her voice is so groggy that she is clearly still asleep.
Hi, Aspen. Sorry to wake you up.
Miho? It's fine. Why are you calling so early, though? Is something wrong?
Early? It's almost lunchtime.
Huh?
There's a rustling sound and then I hear her groan.
Oh, I was up so late last night.
I remember. Did you get
You
a
better
lot
get to your
done?
fucking publisher, man.
I got a lot of worrying done, at least. That's about it. But I'll be ready for this evening. I didn't mean to sleep through breakfast.
It's alright. Cello and the others are here, though. They finished their project and wanted to show you. But if you're too tired, I can just send you a picture or something.
No, it's alright. I'll come over. I just need a bit to get ready.
Okay. See you soon then.
See you.
I hang up and then go let the students know what's going on. They wander around the library to entertain themselves while we wait. Finally, the library doors opens and Aspen enters, still looking half asleep. She manages to stumble in my direction, and I greet her with a big hug.
Good morning. Actually, good afternoon.
Don't remind me. I'm glad to see you, though.
Same.
Miss Aspen, over here!
From their chosen spot, the three kids wave at Aspen.
Miss Aspen makes me sound so old.
She grumbles quietly enough that only I can hear her, but she puts on a smile as we go over to the table.
Thank you for coming to see us. Were you up late working too?
Something like that, yes. But not as hard as you were, it seems.
Congratulations on finishing your project.
Despite her exhaustion, Aspen seems to use her customer service voice and seems genuinely excited for them.
Thanks.
Me and Cello worked really hard on it. I guess our mom helped too.
It was something the three of us all made together. But we wouldn't have been able to do that without visiting the Bell House.
I'm very excited to see. Is it in the box?
Pippa nods. Armin reaches for it, but Pippa pulls the box out of his way.
Here we go.
She carefully unfolds the flaps and reaches in, lifting out their project. Both Aspen and I gasp as we see it. It's a tiny version of the Bell House, about the size of a shoebox. The walls look like they're made of cardboard or some other material, and the tables and chairs inside are made of clay. Even the stretch of road outside the cafe is included, with the benches and flags and everything else. The smell of fresh paint emanates from the display, along with glue and other craft supplies.
It's incredible. Wow.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Thanks.
Although Pippa sounds gruff as always, I can see her blush before she tries to hide her face. As I see that. Aspen kneels down to get a better look, inspecting all the little details.
You even got the bell above the door. How cute.
It wouldn't be the Bell House without a bell.
The plants, too. Great job, everybody.
Cello and Armin beam at the praise, and even Pippa manages a small smile.
Thanks for letting us spend time
Pippa.
here.
Thanks for letting us. Oh, whoops. She just. Oh my god, I don't know what happened the past 2 minutes, but I'm all sorts of addled up now.
And for all the coffee.
Of course. I remember the stress of homework and group projects very well. At least your group actually works together, instead of leaving it all for one person.
That's right.
Cello hastily answers, shooting Pippa a look before she can try to challenge it. How much coffee did they have? I don't know, but I don't know if you should give these kids so much coffee.
Thank you as well, Ms. Miho. We would have never found out about the Bell House if you didn't take us there.
No prob. I'll take any excuse I can to go there.
It's true. I speak from experience.
Hey, you're one of those excuses too.
Oh, I'm the excuse, am I? So it's the free drinks you're really visiting for?
Only sometimes.
Just a few years I mean, I was drinking coffee at like 15, I think. Maybe, is that early? I don't know if that's early or not. I think that's early. I was drinking coffee at 15.
Sometimes you still make me pay.
Sounds like it should be always from here on out.
And now I drink 3 cups a day. We both stare at each other for a second before slipping into laughter. It manages to push some of the tiredness out of Aspen's eyes. We chat with the kids for a while longer, swapping stories about Wellington and Amarina, until it's time for them to pack up and get going. Aspen helps Pippa carefully return the project to its box and close it up. Then all 5 of us head outside. You don't drink coffee? Are you one of those people that drinks soda for caffeine? You are, aren't you? I think we talked about this at one point.
Thanks again for all your help.
Yeah, it was really nice meeting you. I hope we can come back to Wellington again sometime.
And Lana has that fancy coffee that I need to have a sip of. When are you gonna come over here and get me some coffee?
Me too.
It's bittersweet to think that after this time tomorrow, those 2 will have forgotten about me. I'm glad they'll remember Aspen though, and the Bell House, of course.
Yes. I wish we could stay longer, but I also miss home. It's kind of funny. I wasn't sure if I'd miss Amarina or not before we left, but now I definitely do.
Listen, pour-over is fancy to me when I have K-cups every day.
Funny how fast that happens, right?
Yes.
Take care, all of you. You're always welcome at the Bell House again.
We'll definitely come back if we can.
Her two friends nod. Armin stoops down to pick up the box. I notice Pippa tense up, but she doesn't stop him.
Be careful.
I will.
Okay, time to go. Goodbye, and thank you again.
Sometimes you just go with water milk. I hope you don't put the water in the milk. But I don't drink enough milk. I could probably drink more milk.
Goodbye.
Bye.
The only milk I get is the milk in my coffee. Which is half and half. With a final wave, we see them off until they've gone down the path and disappeared from sight. Once they're gone, Aspen slouches, sighing and yawning. Imagine being able to drink
That
milk.
was nice. I hope they get a good grade on their project.
They better. It looks really good. Are you gonna be alright, though? You seem like you're about to fall over.
I'm fine. It was nice to have the distraction for a bit. Now all I have left to do is wait for this evening.
Wanna go in? Or are you gonna wait at home?
I'd rather wait with you, if that's okay.
Of course. I was hoping you'd say that.
Aspen holds out her hand, and I take it. Together, we step back into the library and wait for the appointed hour to arrive. I sit on a bench with a book in my lap, pretending to read. In reality, I'm not even trying. I'm watching the plaza from across from me, where Aspen sits at a table alone. I offered to sit with her, but she declined, saying this was something she needed to do alone. Still, she knows I'm watching, even if I'm too far to hear. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I slowly type a message wishing Aspen good luck and send it. From a distance, I see her check her phone, and an instant later receive a few heart emojis in response. Heart emojis, Mochan. Just then, a stranger approaches her, and the two of them talk for a second before Aspen jumps to shake her hand. We both sit back down and Aspen scoots her chair in closer. They chat for a long while. Oh, got me right in the head with that one. It's stuck in my flower. They chat for a long while, enough for the waitress to come out and refill the drinks several times. From what I can tell, it looks like the agent is doing the most of the talking and Aspen is mostly listening. Even from behind, I can tell when she's saying something because the way she sits up and starts to move about animatedly. After a while, the agent opens her briefcase and passes some papers to Aspen, who stares at them. The agent stands, and a few seconds later, Aspen does too. They shake hands a second time before the agent pays their bill and leaves, Aspen lingering at the table. When a couple more minutes pass by and she still doesn't move, I get up to go to her instead.
Hey, you.
Startled, Aspen looks around before looking up to see me.
Oh, Miho! Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just...
So he was probably telling her a lot of different critiques and like things that she's gonna need to do, and it might not be the original intent or image of her piece, or the image she had in her head of her piece.
It's alright. I don't mind. How'd it go?
The fact that I have to ask that means I already know the answer. If it had gone as hoped, I'm sure husband would be out of her seat jumping for joy.
It went... fine, I think.
You think?
Yeah. Shall we head back to the library? It's rather hot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is rather hot in here right now. But I can't turn off the air conditioner or you'd hear the condenser going off.
Sure. Let's go.
It's not hot at all. In fact, it's downright pleasant. But I'm sure that's not the real reason she wants to get out of here. I lead the way, and although Aspen never lets go of my hand, she doesn't say anything either. The library still has a few guests in it when we get there, but we pass them by and head to the dining room instead, only to find it's already occupied.
Oh, hello.
Juliet has papers of her own spread out on the table, but she sweeps them together and tucks them away as she greets us.
Hey!
Still silent, Aspen distractedly sits down, already pulling out the packet the agent gave her to examine. Juliet gives me a questioning look, and I offer a tiny shrug in response. I assume we're going to find out what's on Aspen's mind soon. There are 2 parts to the packet. The first one is huge, almost as thick as a book. It must be the copy of the manuscript Aspen sent in. The second one is much smaller, but still lengthy. That's the one Aspen focuses on. She reads over the document, which has to be at least a dozen pages long, if not more. Even worse, the printed words are really tiny. Finally, she puts both bundles into her bag, chewing her lip before speaking.
I think I can do this.
Yeah, she's gotta make a lot of changes.
Do what?
Aspen snaps her attention to me, like she's noticed she's not alone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I spaced out.
Yeah, we could tell.
It's quite all right. It's clear you have a lot to think about.
Yes, well, hopefully I've got most of the thinking out of the way.
She slumps back, shoulders rising and falling as she sighs.
They said it needs a lot of work, which is understandable. I already knew that from all the rejection notices. I hadn't realized the scope of the issues, but fortunately they did. When I saw all the markups, I was taken aback at first. It made sense when I thought about it, though. They're a publisher for a reason, and as a first-time author, I want a publisher for a reason.
Yeah, and I mean, it's better to be brutal than not give her enough and have the book's marketability suffer for it, you know?
So it needs a lot of work. A lot of rewriting, really. But they encouraged me to fix it up and then resubmit. They asked me to make my decision by Halloween, so I have a few weeks to think it over. But I think I'd be a fool not to do it, right?
Aspen looks at Juliet and me in turn, and from her knitted brows and small frown, I can tell Juliet is thinking the same thing I am.
You don't sound convinced.
It's a big decision. Surely you don't need to make it right away.
True. Sometimes there are things that you write in which you think are, like, excellent. And I mean, I can give an example of something that I wrote where I had a very flowery section of it. A very flowery, I want to say, fight scene that was a little bit, I don't know, artistic, I suppose, in the way that I went about describing it. And I mentioned, like, you know, like the blood blooming like flowers on a linoleum surface or something like that. And generally speaking, the response that I got from that piece was very negative. Or from that part of that piece was very negative, even though I liked it. So I understand what she's going through a lot, where it's like, there are things that you get attached to and you think are great ideas, but in the end, sometimes when people actually get their hands on it, they don't like it. And you have to make a compromise, you know? So in that case, I had to compromise to making it less artistic, more focused, and like working on the clarity to the point where it got rid of a lot of the prose that I wanted there to be in there. But that's a sacrifice you have to make sometimes.
Why not take advantage of the time they gave you to think about it?
I don't have to decide right now. But if I just let myself think about it too long, I'll never do anything.
Yeah, less is more sometimes too. And like the older I get, the less moments I have where I'm really putting everything into like a super hyper detailed situation with flowery language. No, that stuff needs to be called for the right time. And sometimes you just need there to be like, you know, some dialogue John said, and then some more dialogue this other person responded, kind of thing. Like, you know, you don't need to be, it doesn't need to be very descriptive or flowery sometimes, as long as you nail the storytelling aspect of it. In that case, in that example I just gave it, you know, having good dialogue there is a lot better than trying to patch up dialogue by having a good descriptor after the dialogue, you know? It's just one example.
I've learned that the hard way. Besides,
Her voice drops and face falls.
there may not be another chance.
I follow her gaze, tucked into her bag near where the papers from the agent were stuffed. I can see the corners of several more empty envelopes. More for Aspen's collection. She catches me looking and nudges the bag shut with her foot.
I suppose you're right, though. I should give it a bit more thought. It can wait until after the weekend, at least.
Relieved, Juliet nods.
I think that's a wise idea.
We spend the rest of the evening together, chatting and having a good time. None of us mention writing or Aspen's book again, including her. Still, there's something in the way as she talks and laughs, like she's only half listening. I'd hoped that our meeting would make Aspen feel better and relax again, the way that she was on our date at the gardens. Instead, it seems like it's done the opposite. It's hard to see her struggle, and I wish there was something I could do. But I'm the least qualified person to give Aspen advice on something like this. I don't know anything about books or writing or publishers. I do know how important writing is to her, and how many of her dreams revolve around it. I know how hard she's worked, and will keep working. No matter what, I also know that it's something she'll have to decide for herself, with or without advice from Juliet and me. Of course, I'll support Aspen no matter what she chooses. I just hope that whatever decision she makes, she won't end up regretting it later. By the time Aspen has to head home, she's perked up a little bit, but not enough to make me stop worrying about her. Still, she says goodbye with a kiss and a smile, and a promise to come by in the morning. Right now, that'll have to be good enough for me. On Saturday morning, I wake up around my usual time, but linger in bed for a while. I can hear the distant sounds of Aspen and Juliet having an animated conversation. Aspen laughs, then Juliet laughs. I don't know what they're laughing about, but I smile too. I just like hearing my girlfriend laugh after all, no matter what kind of troubles are weighing on our minds. If she's able to laugh despite everything, then that's a win in my book. That's sweet. Also, you can let me know what your sad thought is. Aside from having a couple hasty meals, it's been a while since the two of them really had gotten to spend much time together. Sometimes it's easy to forget that they've known each other longer than they've known me. Outside, it's shaping up to be another beautiful day. There are clouds, but none of them are rain clouds. The trees and grass sway in a gentle breeze beyond my window. I've had more beautiful days here than I can count. Even Wellington weather, at its worst, isn't so bad from indoors. I open my window, enjoying the morning air as I freshen myself up too. Making my way silently to the kitchen, I pause just out of sight and listen.
I've given it lots of thought.
I have, but I still can't decide. Regina really wants me to take it, of course, but...
Oh yeah, she is at a couple of crossroads here too.
But there are good and bad parts of both.
Exactly. I feel like... I'm not sure who to compare it to.
No need to compare. I understand what you mean.
For a little while longer, I stay where I am, unseen. Not because I want to eavesdrop or spy on Aspen and Juliet, but because I don't want to interrupt them. I just want to let them talk. maybe I'll do just that. Hearing Aspen express some of her worries and hearing Juliet offer words of encouragement reminds me of some of my earliest days here. Both of them changed their lives around to include me, which is something I'll always be grateful for. Still, I should give them a chance to spend some time with just each other. Not because I feel unwelcome, because that really hasn't happened since I arrived. Eventually, there's a moment of silence followed by the sound of a cup being set on the table. I choose this time to make my entrance.
Ah, there you are.
Good morning, Miho.
Good morning!
Feels like such a... I've always looked at this and I'm like, why does this collar exist? So, you're thinking that she'll forget Miho in the end? Well, you know, I'm also questioning about how powerful the magic really is. At this point, can Aspen really forget her? But yes, I do imagine that Miho's going to play a part in getting her published and giving her some manner of advice on it. That's true. Yeah, I always look at the color of the shirt and I'm like, how does this exist? I go into the kitchen and grab a piece of toast and an apple, but I don't sit down.
Sleep well.
Sure did. Now that I'm up, though, I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
This early? Well, it was quite nice on my way up here.
Yeah, I used to go for morning walks all the time, but it's been a while.
You couldn't have picked a better day, it seems. Enjoy yourself then, Miho.
I will. See you when I'm back.
For good measure, I wrap a couple more slices of toast in a paper towel and put them in one of my deep pockets, along with another apple and some packs of jam. Man, she's just she's packing like a whole fucking bag of McDonald's for herself. Which also makes me want like a chicken sandwich right now, fuck. I wave goodbye before I leave, and then I head back to my room to get dressed before stepping out towards the road. Sandbagging the anime girl breakfast, oh my god. Welcome on in, Serial, how you doing? Well, look who it is. Munching on my breakfast as I walk, I hum a song to myself that I heard on TV. I go in the direction of the ocean, same as usual. Oh my, I'm doing alright. We're just playing some cute ass Please Be Happy here. The other two parts, by the way, should be up on YouTube. They went through processing hell when I had to like chop out the Final Fantasy XIV bit from one of them. But I only say that because, or I only like press going to my YouTube because I'm not an affiliate or a partner, so my VODs don't stay up for very long on Twitch. But my VODs will stay up forever on YouTube. So that's why I press so much about going to the YouTube. But yeah, if you need to catch up, make sure to go there, because I can't tell you when the VODs are going to be gone. You'll keep your visit short. Oh, you might give this a try of your own. It shouldn't be too spoilery right this second, but yeah, I definitely recommend it. My days of aimless wandering really have decreased. I actually have places to go now and people to see. A day without any plans is a luxury. I wonder how Changyin chose where to go on their travels. What first brought them to my forest all those years ago? Was it on a whim? Or was there something in particular they were searching for? If there was, I hope they find it. I would have loved to ask. Would have loved to tell them all about Aspen and Juliet. More than anything, though, I wish I could have thanked them. For our time together was short, even by human standards, but it still meant everything to me. I take myself to Mount Victoria and I start the familiar climb, but before I get to the top, I stop. It's only been a couple of days since I last came here and saw Silver. Trying to visit her again so soon might be pushing my luck. But then again, so is trying to visit her at all. The lukewarm toast and apple in my pocket aren't much, but if she lives anything like I did, she'll still probably appreciate them. Even if she doesn't say it. Instead of transforming, I stay on 2 feet, heading in the same direction I went last time. I'm not too concerned about finding her. If she wants to be found, she will be. Keeping my eyes and ears peeled, I watch for a glint of silver fur, the sound of a snapping branch. When I finally spot her, it's purely by accident. Once again, she's in her human form, rather than a fox. Okay, this might get a little bit spoilery. With her back to me, she kneels at the edge of a patch of grass, attention focused on something I can't see. She doesn't move as I approach, although I'm sure she knows I'm there.
Be careful.
I halt, a few feet away. At least she didn't call me a dog.
What is it?
I approach delicately, scanning the ground before every step. Finally arrive behind her and look down to find my answer. A bird. Not the bird. A bird about the size of my hand lies on its side in the grass. It's alive, but clearly injured.
What happened to it?
This one was blown from its perch in the tree. For whatever reason, it was too weak to fly. Now, its leg is broken. It won't be long until it dies.
I'm surprised that Silver hasn't just eaten it. Got my chicken sandwich right here. Looking down, I see that Silver's right about its injury. It struggles to flap its wings, but it can't even push itself into a standing position.
Poor thing.
I kneel down beside Silver.
You were trying to help it, right?
She scoffs.
It is beyond help. Such is nature's way. I simply thought to put it out of its misery.
You didn't, though.
Silence. Before doing anything else, I reach into my pocket and pull out the food I brought with me, holding it towards Silver.
Here. I brought you this.
So you can make your chicken sandwich with it. She looks at it, but doesn't make any move to accept.
What is this? Poison?
It's an apple. And some toast. It's not poisoned. I ate some myself. Ooh, and this.
I have to take all the way down to the bottom to find the little pack.
Grape jelly.
Grape jelly. I don't think grape jelly would go well on a chicken sandwich. I hate to inform you, Miho. Silver stares incredulously, like I'm trying to give her, well, poison or something. I set the food down by her knees and turn my attention back to the bird.
Let's get you some help, Birdie.
I cut my fingers together and reach for the bird, which finally gets a reaction from Silver.
What are you doing?
Her voice is sharp like a knife.
I'm going to take this guy back home.
I may not know what to do, but I'm sure Aspen or Juliet will. It's better than just leaving it out here to die. Oh, don't take her. It's okay. Silver's not gonna like it if you take it back to the humans.
Why? It's weak. Even were it to survive today, it's only a matter of time before something else claims its life.
So what? I'm sure that time still matters to it. Both of us can relate, right?
Hmm. As gently as I can, I slide my hands around the struggling bird and scoop up the poor little thing. Its beady eyes look around frantically, and I can feel its tiny heart pounding in its tiny chest. I start heading back towards the library as fast as I can. Before I get far, very far, there's a noise from behind me, and I look back to see Silver following me. An empty paper towel dangles from her hand. Smiling to myself, I keep walking. When I step from the woods back onto the path, I expect Silver to have disappeared. Instead, she takes a few cautious steps out, looking left and right as if a car might come barreling down the mountain. Avoiding my eyes, she walks past me and keeps going, like she was planning to do this way. It's the awkward thing where you say goodbye to someone, then both of you need to go to another class in the same hall. When we reach the base of Mount Victoria, she's a few meters ahead of me, and I clear my throat loudly to get her attention.
It's this way.
There, I did the throat clearing for her because I needed to. She stomps after me, annoyed at Wellington for its geography or something. Her clothes, which are clearly meant to help her sneak around at night, stand out like a sore thumb in the morning sun. They must also be hot as hell. It's either those things bother her or she doesn't let herself show it. Well, I wouldn't say this completely stands out, but maybe the, like, you know, the anemone from Nier costume underneath it does. I curl my fingers to shade the bird as much as I can. It seems to have calmed down a little, but that's probably more from exhaustion than anything. When we reach the library, Silver trails far behind. I wait at the entrance, not sure whether if she's coming or not. I don't ask. She'll do what she wants either way. After a moment, she walks up the hill and joins me. I simply nod in acknowledgement before I push open the door with my shoulder, Silver behind me like a shadow. Within seconds, Aspen pops her head out of the dining room. I'm so happy. I'm so happy, man.
Ah, Miho, we were just...
Choking in surprise, Aspen's eyes go wide as a saucer as she notices my companion. She disappears from sight, and I can only imagine what she's saying to Juliet right now. Behind me, Silver looks around in curious awe, although she stops when she notices me watching. I jerk my head towards the dining room and head in. Both Aspen and Juliet are there waiting, trying to appear casual, but by the way they're both silently staring at the entrance, I'm sure it's just an act. But I am very happy to see them, well, to see Silver here.
This is Silver.
She nods at the crowd and says nothing, displaying none of her usual venom or drama. It feels as if she's hiding behind me, which is something I would have never expected her pride to allow.
It's quite nice to meet you, Silver.
Charmed.
None of them know what to say. I can't blame them. Fortunately, there's something more important to talk about.
We came back here because we need some help. Or at least this guy does.
I uncurl my fingers and tilt my hands for Aspen and Juliet to see. I doubt either of them even noticed I was carrying something. They both lean in to see.
What's this?
The bird starts to struggle again, probably because of how many more people are suddenly staring at it.
Ah, his leg. I'll be right back.
Fortunately, we have a veterinarian in the house. Peering at the little bird, it doesn't take Juliet more than a second to see what's wrong. She hurriedly departs for the stairs, moving right past Silver without a glance. Silver lurches to the side to get out of her way all the same. Aspen grabs one of the dish rags and folds it up to make a small square, and then sets it on the table.
Here, why don't you put him down on this? I read that it's best to put him in a box or somewhere enclosed, but this will do for now.
Don't put him down. I gently lower the bird onto the makeshift cushion. His eyes still dart around, but he doesn't struggle as much. With a sigh of relief at being able to unfold my hands, shaking and stretching them out before... I sigh with relief. Shaking and stretching them out before washing them several times. Juliet returns soon with her phone in one hand and a small cardboard box in the other. Using a kitchen knife, she cuts a few holes into the sides of the box and puts it aside.
Miho, will you help me move him?
She takes 2 corners of the rag and I grab the other 2, and we carefully lift it over the box and then down inside.
Do you think it'll be okay?
I don't want Silver to leave, though. I keep my voice at a whisper. Even though the bird can't understand our words, I still don't want it to hear.
I hope so. If not for you, it certainly wouldn't have a chance. I've contacted someone who will be able to provide better assistance than we can. She should be here shortly.
Is it a vet?
No, a contact at the nature preserve. She's rescued quite a few unfortunate creatures like our friend here.
I've never heard of a nature preserve before. What's that?
It's a conservation area on the north side of town.
Maybe this is a good thing for Silver to hear, that there are people that actually care about protecting nature.
They have a bunch of protected land where they rehabilitate injured animals or ones that can't survive in the wild. I used to go there on class trips sometimes. One time we had a sleepover there, and I saw a kiwi.
She smiles fondly as she recalls the memory.
Whoa. I didn't know a place like that existed.
I was gonna make a joke about how they're surrounded by kiwis, but...
It's far from the only one. There are dozens more in New Zealand alone, of all different sizes.
Looking at the box on the table, I can't help but feel a little bad for our friend. He's probably never going to see his home on Mount Victoria again, and he doesn't even get a say in it. But where he's going doesn't sound half bad. Like Juliet said, he probably wouldn't have even survived if he had been left on his own. If not for me and for...
Silver?
Yeah, you need to keep an eye on her. I only now realize that she's gone.
Oh, I didn't even notice her leave.
She's like that.
I go out into the hallway, looking up the stairs and around the room for her. The front door is open, but only a crack. Something's keeping it from closing. Walking over, I spot something on the floor jammed between the door and the wall. It's the gnawed core of an apple, wrapped in a breadcrumb-covered paper towel. Laughing, I pick it up and throw it in the trash, letting the door shut behind me. In the dining room, Aspen and Juliet are both seated again. It's far past Juliet's bedtime, but she looks as awake and alert as I've ever seen her. I sit down too, waiting for the question that I know is coming. It doesn't take Aspen more than 2 seconds.
So, who exactly was that? Obviously she was a Gumiho, but...
I take a deep breath and try to think of where to begin.
It's a long story.
You know that's my favorite kind.
You got her there. Nodding, I finally settle on where to start.
She used to be a fox, just like me.
Oh, we're not even gonna get the whole story. But I kind of want to know how they reacted to that. Like, do they feel the same way about trying to reform her? When bedtime rolls around in the evening, I'm more than ready for it. Climbing over my bed to reach the window, I pause for a moment to enjoy the breeze. I've kept it open all day. As I reach up to pull it shut, the wind intensifies for just a moment. The flowers on my desk shake, and my scroll rolls off the edge and onto the floor. I saw it slide the window closed with a dull thud, and then pick up the fallen parchment. It's been a while since I've opened it, but I still know every crease and rough edge by heart. Unfolding it, I stare at the familiar but unfamiliar scrawlings. What would that guide at the museum exhibit have thought if they saw my scroll? Could they have read it? Well, they probably would have thought I stole it from somewhere. No matter what it says, I probably got more use out of it than Chang'e never expected. What kind of person gives a scroll to a fox? A smart person who knows that they can read it someday, that's who. Then again, that was part of what made them so special. God damn, that phone buzzing. My phone buzzes, and I set the scroll back down as I see Aspen's picture appear.
Hey!
Hey, you weren't in bed yet, were you?
Nah, not yet. Soon, though.
Well, I won't keep you up. I just wanted to say
Oh,
goodnight
oh.
again. And that I love you.
I love you too. But I don't mind staying up. Is everything okay?
I can hear the sounds of Aspen's blankets and an annoyed meow as she moves around the other end.
Yeah, I'm fine. I couldn't fall asleep. Thinking about all the editing I have ahead of me. Today was nice, though. I'm glad I got to see you and Juliet. And Silver.
Me too. And the burn.
Aspen laughs.
Right, and the bird.
Earlier, I told her and Juliet about the other times I had met Silver, and some of what I've learned about magic. I kept the details of her past secret, though. It isn't mine to talk about.
I'm sure he's very glad he met the two of you as well.
Yeah, well, I couldn't just leave it there. Even if it can't have a normal bird life or live in the forest. At least it's got someone to take care of it now. I didn't really do that much.
You did plenty. Many people would have left him to die, if they even noticed him at all.
I thought that Silver was gonna eat it.
Maybe. Yeah.
I also didn't tell her and Juliet about how Silver thought we should just abandon him too. The reason I gave Silver for why I couldn't do that was true, although I can't blame her for not believing me or understanding. Someone saved my life once too, but Silver was chosen to die.
I thought that it should have a chance too. Even though it's just a burn, it's still alive. I'm sure people would have said I'm just a fox before. I didn't even know how to help it. I just hoped you or Juliet would. That was really the lucky part. That and Juliet knowing someone else to contact. It took a lot of people to save that burn, huh?
Hmm. Even Silver, in her own weird way. I think she was glad it survived too. There's no response from the other end, although the call is still going. Just a faint sound.
Aspen?
I listen to the noise for a second and realize it's her breath. She's already fallen asleep. Aww. Smiling, I leave the call running as I set my phone next to my pillow and lay down. After a few seconds, the screen turns off, Aspen's photo disappearing as well.
Sleep tight.
2 weeks later.
Okay, you can open your eyes.
Alright. Time skip. Oh, yeah, I know, it's super sweet. I take my hands off my face and look around. Aspen's apartment doesn't seem any different than usual, aside from being a bit untidy. But she stands there in front of me, beaming, with her hands behind her back.
Maybe it's a little silly to celebrate a 1-month anniversary, but I
No,
have a
it's
gift
not.
for you.
It's still a little tiny achievement.
A gift?
Aspen laughs and steps closer to me.
Yes, although it's kind of a gift for both of us.
Slowly, she brings her hands around and reveals what she was hiding. It's a stack of papers, too small to be her manuscript, but similar. She turns the stack so I can see the front page, which only has a few words written on it, short enough that I can sound them out.
The Fox and the Grove.
She wrote it. I wonder if, like, canonically, Juliet is the one who wrote Please Be Happy.
Yes, the title was supposed to be a placeholder, but I rather like it. It's a new story that I wrote. You can probably guess what it's about.
I flip through the pages. There's only text on one side and a lot of blank space. Still, I'm just holding and looking at this present. Makes my heart swell.
I can't believe you already wrote a new book.
It's much shorter than my novel. More like a kid's book than anything.
Still, that's amazing. I didn't even know you were working
Yo, the girl
on
must have been
this.
fucking spending 8-hour days writing, man. I can't do that. I've probably spent like 4 or 5 hours straight writing them.
That's because it was supposed to be a surprise, silly. It's just working on all these changes to my novel. I needed something that I could write on the side for fun.
No wonder you've been so tired all the time. You've been working on 2 things at once.
It's fine. I'm fine. Once I'm done with the edits, everything will be back to normal. Spending time on this felt like a treat.
I will say, like, writing for another person and, like, the satisfaction you get from giving someone something that you wrote for them, that can be a real treat sometimes, you know? I haven't experienced it very much, but I have written written poems for people I loved before. With a bright smile that couldn't quite hide the bags under her eyes. I wish I could believe Aspen when she says she's fine.
I only have a couple more days before I have to send in my revisions anyway. So by next week, I'll be able to relax again.
The area around her desk is messy, more than the rest of her apartment. Aside from her laptop and notebooks spread across it, there are empty coffee cups, loose sheets of paper, and wrappers from fast food and frozen meals. The covers on her bed are unmade, revealing the shoebox that's hidden beneath it. The lid is bulging with how many letters are stuffed into it. Noticing my stare, Aspen zips over to the bed and pulls the sheets down to hide the box. Kicking some clothes and other stuff on the floor under the bed too. Yeah, you do that a lot too. And I was gonna say that, like, it is also the most wholesome fucking thing that they included this.
Anyway, here, for you. I love you.
And that's why we're getting this song right now with, like, the motif in it. I take the papers as gently as I can and hold them as close to my heart as I lean in to kiss Aspen.
I love you too.
Like always, the moment is way too short, but Aspen's smile looks brighter and more real when we part.
Go ahead and make yourself at home. I need to take care of the cats and do all my other after-work chores.
Okay. Let me know if you need any help.
Of course.
Another kiss on the cheek and then she's off. On one hand, it's hard to believe we've already been dating for a month. On the other, it's hard to believe it's only been a month. It feels like ages since we said goodbye at the bus station. I've had that feeling several times since coming to Wellington, where the days feel like they either rush by or drag on. Either way, they've passed, and I have been here for almost 3 months now. It's not the longest I've lived in one place, but I'm sure at some point I'll pass my record. I kick off my shoes and lay back in the bed, staring up at the ceiling with Aspen's new book on my chest. Everything around me has the faintest trace of Aspen's perfume, along with her ever-present smell of coffee. The blankets, the sheets, the pillows, all of it. Even out of the room, her presence is all-encompassing. From the bathroom, over the sound of the running shower, I can hear Aspen singing something to herself. I wonder if she knows I can hear her. Or maybe she's doing it because she knows I can hear her. Although her singing voice isn't the best, it's surprisingly clear and stable. I like listening to it because it's hers. I'll admit to, singing for partners in such a way. Right when I'm about to sit up, one of Aspen's cats, I think it's Byron, hops up on the bed beside me. I expect him to run away as soon as he recognizes me, but to my surprise, he doesn't. He sniffs my ears and my tail, but then consciously nuzzles my face.
Aww. Hey, buddy.
I reach out to try to pet him, but that turns out to be too much and he darts away.
Oh well, it's better than last time.
I moved down to the floor with my back against the bed, setting the papers in my lap. They're stapled together at the top, but I'm afraid of tearing or damaging them. Even though I know Aspen could print another copy, there's something special about this one. It's the one she made just for me. I make sure there aren't any other cats around who might cause any issues, and then turn to the first page. Wait, this is the opening line, isn't it? Or at least the first bit is the opening line, isn't it? In the middle of the forest was a grove. In the middle of that grove was a log. It had been years since I had fallen, once one of the proudest trees around, and now in death was home to an abundance of life. It takes me a long time, probably longer than it should, to read through. But it's not just my slow pace with words. It's also the memories that they call to mind. I can picture exactly what the log looks like. If I close my eyes, I can smell the damp grass and feel the breeze on my fur. Seeing Chongyin's words written out brings a lump to my throat. I carried them around my head for so long before I even understood them. Now, seeing them written down, they'll last forever. Some of the details are different from reality, and of course Aspen's book doesn't use any names. But it's still my story. Back when I first met Aspen, I told her I didn't have any story to tell. Now reading it back to myself, I can kind of see why she found it so interesting. Maybe there's always been more to me than I thought. Eventually, Aspen emerges from the restroom, her hair still wet. Spotting the papers in my hand, she approaches with a smile.
Hey, no dripping!
Oops, good save.
I can't let my favorite book get ruined after all.
This is too sweet, and now start crying again.
Favorite book?
Yeah, I loved it. I really loved
Oh,
it.
hi, Corstrat. How you doing? Welcome on in. I wish you were here the other night, actually, because there was a character with your name, and I was like waiting for you to be like, hold on a second. More happy crying. It is happy crying. It's not bad crying when I'm seeing this kind of scene. It would never be bad crying with this kind of scene. I mean, unless it was a fresh wound or something, but it's not, you know. After putting the papers in the nightstand where they'll be safe, I stand up so that I can give Aspen a hug.
I'm so glad. That makes it all worth it. I was worried I might get something wrong or forget an important part, but...
I cut her off by tapping a finger to her lips. Like Aspen did, by the way.
It was perfect.
Kissing my finger, Aspen smiles.
It's what you deserve.
Aspen goes to try her hair, and then bustles around finishing up her chores before returning to my side. Leaning against me, she yawns. I know everybody in chat right now is like on the edge of tears. Oopsies.
You should go take a nap.
Even without the yawning, it's clear she needs rest and hasn't been getting much.
I can't nap. You're here. Besides, I haven't done any of my writing for the day.
Diabetes. What, it's too sweet? Went over that edge a little bit ago. That's just what it's like playing this game, you know. I mean, I got teared up earlier. Back at the park.
Wouldn't you write better if you're not tired?
I haven't been not tired for years. And what about you?
Honestly, there's something about my tired, incomprehensible rambles that makes some of the details better.
What about me? I'm fine.
But if I'm asleep, then that's less time that I get to spend with you.
That's true.
We're still together. It'd be the same as if you were writing, right?
You have a point there.
I sit down in her desk chair, blocking off her computer and crossing my arms. Melodramatically sighing, she lays down on the bed, but still faces me.
All right, if you insist. But only for half an hour or so. If I ever sleep, you better wake me up before you leave, alright?
Okay.
I have zero intentions of waking her up. She gives me a doubtful eye.
I mean it. No slipping out silently so you can let me sleep, or any nonsense like that.
I won't. I promise.
Removing her glasses and putting them on the nightstand, Aspen offers me one last smile.
Good.
Pulling the blankets up to her shoulders, she rolls over to face the wall. It doesn't even take a minute before I can hear the shift in her breathing. She's out like a light.
Just like on the phone.
Half an hour comes and goes while I watch videos on Aspen's computer or reread the books she wrote for me. She's watching streamers, you know. She might as well become a streamer herself so nobody forgets about her. Of course, she shows no signs of waking up anytime soon. Good. She needs a rest. I won't wake her up, but I won't break my promise either. It's simple. If I can't leave until she gets up, then I just won't go. I entertain myself and time passes by. Byron the cat gets bold enough to try approaching me again, and Percy comes with him too. They sit down in unison near my feet.
Here, kitties!
Holding out my hand, I stretch my fingers as far as possible. They stare for a moment before one and then the other gives a curious sniff. Finally, deciding I'm not a threat, they both rub against my leg, letting me scratch their backs. The fur is soft and fluffy, like petting a pillow. They go back and forth around each other, suddenly not able to get enough attention. Well, it's not like I don't know how that is. A big true. Big true. Night falls, and even I start to get tired too. Aspen hasn't moved at all other than toss and turn occasionally. I send a quick message to Juliet to tell her where I am, and set my phone down next to Aspen's on her nightstand, beside the printed pages. It all feels very normal, but in a good way. The little fox in her grove could have never dreamed of the things she'd see one day. Planes, phones, apartment buildings. All she knew of humans was a kind touch and a piece of paper. In some ways, that little fox never changed. Need some water? Give me some water. Moving as carefully as I ever did in the middle of that of a heist, I flick off the lights, half expecting the sudden darkness to disturb Aspen, but she doesn't budge at all. Same goes for when I climb into the bed beside her. I wrap my arms around Aspen, draping my tail across us both. Where's the tail? Oh, there's the tail. I thought that was a leg. She moves slightly, and I curse myself silently. I must not have been careful enough. Okay, you can't take a nap at your partner's place, or take a nap with your partner there if you don't expect your partner to come cuddle. That's just the law, you know?
Miho?
Her voice is less than a whisper. It's barely a breath.
I'm here.
Good.
Within seconds, she's asleep again. Before I drift off, there's a soft thump on the bed beside me and then a second one. Something warm and fuzzy rests against my back, and then again near my legs. I crane to look at the cats. They're both curled up into balls, paws near their faces just like their owner. You demand that I go to the art gallery. Hold on. What's the... F12? Yeah, F12. To save a screenshot in Steam. Byron stares at me in the dark, probably wondering why I'm looking at him. Deciding he doesn't care, he closes his eyes like Percy and Aspen. For a second I was like, why? Percy and Aspen? One of those isn't a cat, and then it came to me. Feeling more content than I can ever remember, I shut my eyes as well and drift off into sleep. Okay, now I'm scared. I wake up to a sound from hell. It screeches and blares so loud that it hurts. My eyes shoot open in an instant, and I sit bolt upright in a place I don't recognize. Where am I? What's going on? Beside me, something moves. I stare at the pulsing lump in the darkness, and suddenly I remember the answer to one of my questions. I'm so disoriented I forgot I was at Aspen's. She rolls over onto her other side, not reacting to the sound. Instead, she looks confused for other reasons.
Miho?
I nod, too tongue-tied to know what to say first. Oh, she's just spooked by the alarm, but thinks something terrible is happening. Pushing herself up on one arm, Aspen reaches all the way across me and fumbles around until she grabs her phone. As she pulls it past my face, I realize it's the sound of the noise. She presses something on the screen and the sound disappears. With a groan, she drops her phone into the blanket between us.
Time to wake up.
My racing heart begins to slow back down. It was just her alarm clock. Duh. I feel silly for being so panicked, but it really took me by surprise. I'm not sure Aspen even noticed. She rubs her eyes sleepily.
I'm not still dreaming, am I?
I SMH my head.
I don't think anyone could still be dreaming after that.
Why didn't... I didn't...
Sorry, I cut off your yawn there, sorry. Her thoughts stumble off into a yawn, and then she tries again.
You were supposed to wake me up.
Only before I left, so I didn't leave.
Even half asleep, she still manages to smile. Rolling onto her back, she looks up at the ceiling with half-lidded eyes.
My day's already been made.
Two of us are some of the only pedestrians out this early. A few cars and the occasional school bus pass us by. For the most part, the walk to the library is quiet. We get there, Juliet's already waiting in the kitchen.
Good morning, you two.
Morning. Hello.
Please tell me Juliet's gonna be like, I hope you two had some fun last night, wink wink. Please do that, Juliet.
Go ahead and have a seat. The coffee's ready, and breakfast will be soon.
Nudge, nudge.
Thank you, Juliet. You're a treasure.
She pours herself a cup of coffee, even though she already had two before we left her apartment. I feel you, man. I space my coffees out in hour-and-a-half intervals. But maybe I'm just weird.
My pleasure. I'm glad to have a reason to cook.
Aspen nurses her drink, taking tiny sips, while nearly dozing off against my shoulder. Juliet finishes her food while I spread out the dishes across the table.
Thanks, love.
Aspen mumbles as I set her plate in front of her. Even with the coffee, it seems like she may fall asleep at any moment. Yeah, that's even me after 3 cups of coffee. I am not sure she even knows what she said, but I heard her loud and clear. What do they call it? A pet name? It feels really good. If Silver was here, I'm sure she'd have a bunch of witty things to say about that, yeah. As I finish setting the table, Juliet brings a pot and a couple plates of food. Breakfast today is oatmeal with some fresh fruit and a waffle with syrup. That seems to get Aspen to perk up a little bit. After we finish eating and clear everything away again, she finally seems properly alert and awake. Another cup of coffee too, of course. I spent so much time with Aspen over the past day that when she stands up to go to work, it takes me by surprise. I had forgotten she had to leave. Once she says goodbye to Juliet, I walk with her to the door. Neither of us want to let go of the other. But eventually, Aspen takes her first step outside. I feel...
Have a good day at work.
I will. Thank you for yesterday. And today. Even if I slept through most of it, it was nice to wake up beside you.
Yeah. We
Yes,
should
you
do it again
should.
sometime.
Nice to sleep with people.
Absolutely. After this weekend...
She searches for the words.
You'll be able to breathe again.
Exactly.
It seems like she might say more. But then, with a small shake of her, with a small SMH of her head, she gives me a goodbye kiss.
Bye, Miho.
See you soon.
I watch Aspen go until she's disappeared from sight. I go back to the kitchen and grab a drink, and I'm surprised to see Juliet still sitting at the table. I'm so used to her going to bed when Aspen leaves.
Now you're gonna be extra tired too.
I sit down across from her and she chuckles, but there's a real concern in her eyes too.
So, I wasn't imagining it. Is she alright?
Oh, she's more worried about the reason that Mio stayed with her, I see. But you see, if I was Juliet, I would be like, oh, you know, like, Miho's finally come of age after like 600 years. No, like, it's been like 400 years even. Okay, I'll give her a break. 400 years. I've got a meme for this, but I'll do that later. Not getting enough sleep, stressed out, pushing yourself too hard.
She's Aspen.
Now Juliet really laughs.
Yes, fair enough. From the moment she told us about that conversation with her editor, I worried that something like this would happen.
Which part? How'd you know?
Juliet collects her thoughts before answering.
Before we met you, that book of hers was all Aspen could really think about. Even when we discussed books by other authors, it always came back to her own stories.
I mean, it's a little bit hard not to relate your own works to things that you're surrounding yourself with.
And yet, for all the conversation and all the advice, I couldn't begin to tell you what her book is even about. Could you?
I SMH my head.
I don't know anything about it either.
She might also be a little embarrassed about it too. Like, sometimes you think, oh, this is a stupid idea. Like, people aren't gonna think this is a great idea. You know what I mean?
Do you remember a few weeks ago when she first told us she'd sent in her manuscript?
Yeah. She was going to surprise us with good news, but changed her mind.
Indeed. At first, she didn't want us to know until she had the contract in hand. In other words, until she was sure it's good enough. She feels she has so much to prove, not just to herself, but the world. Chasing perfection that's unattainable.
Yeah.
So much of her heart and soul has gone into those pages that I can't help but imagine she takes every rejection personally.
You know, in the case of what I talked about before, like, none of the edits where people put down that one scene that I really liked were because of me or anything, you know, it's just that it's not a palatable scene for most audiences kind of thing. It doesn't work. It doesn't nail it in most people's cases. And it doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that it isn't widely palatable.
As a rejection of her, and not just her work. Because in Aspen's eyes, I believe they're one and the same.
Remember, it doesn't mean you're bad, it just means that you're not widely palatable.
She said that this could be her only chance, and that's why she has to take it.
To Aspen, who's only ever seen one pathway forward to the future, I'm sure it seems that way. Even if from the outside, to you and I, that so clearly isn't true.
Yeah, there's a potential for another publisher.
There's a bunch of other stuff she's good at too, besides writing. Like running a cafe or doing research. Those are things that even I know are useful.
Slumping down in my chair, I stare at the small ring of coffee on the table where Aspen's mug used to be.
I wish I could help her. She's done so much for me. But it was all I could do to even get her to sleep.
I'm sure that your presence and care for her helped more than you know. The end, painful or not, is up to Aspen to learn from her experiences. After all, it's one thing to know something from reading it in a book or hearing it from someone else. It's quite another to live through and experience something yourself. You and I can't grow for her. We can be there for her. Sometimes, a kind word and the knowledge that we aren't alone can be the support that we need.
Yeah.
The strength must come from within ourselves. Whatever choices Aspen is faced with, only she can make them. All we can do is offer our comfort and guidance.
I kind of like to think that, at this point that Juliet is kind of a mother figure to these two, in a weird way. You know what I mean? And that she has like a motherly love.
And Miha?
I look up from the ground, meeting Juliet's gaze. Although she's not angry or upset, she's unusually serious. Well, I mean, she is the vampire MILF after all.
Don't forget to care for yourself too. It's easy to get caught up in the euphoria of love, which isn't a bad thing. But just as you cannot live Aspen's life for her, you cannot live your life solely for her sake either. By all means, love passionately, and deeply, and recklessly. But don't forget to live for yourself too.
Yeah, don't forget to take care of yourself. You know, spend time away from them. Do stuff just by yourself sometimes. I find myself on the verge of saying I know, but I can't but catch myself. Instead, I just nod. Because I know what Juliet herself has been through to find herself offering that advice. With a smile returning to her face, Juliet's serious demeanor lightens a bit. A little.
Now that I've prattled on for a while, I do think I'll get some rest of my own.
I manage to smile back.
Sleep tight.
Thank you.
She starts to exit the kitchen, but as she passes me, Juliet pauses and then backtracks a step.
Perhaps it was just the light, but is there something different about your bead?
I don't know, chat, is there?
Huh?
I hadn't even looked at my necklace today. I take it off to see what Juliet's talking about. It's still glowing. No more or less brightly than it was yesterday, I think. But turning it over in my hands a few times, I notice something. Sure enough, she's right.
It's cracked.
Huh. There's a hairline fracture running across part of my bead. It's so small that at first it looks like an eyelash or a piece of dust. So maybe this means that if she doesn't eat it and become a chunko, she might never have another chance.
May I see it closer?
I hold out the necklace for her, angling it so she can get as clear a view as possible. Of course, I can't let go, or it would go back around my neck. Juliet starts to reach one hand for it, and then changes her mind, instead just leaning in close to examine. Finally, she SMHs her head.
unfortunately, I can't discern anything more than the obvious. Your magic remains foreign to me, like a book in an unknown language.
I can't help but be reminded of the scroll upstairs.
What do you think it could mean?
For a long moment, she's quiet. Even before asking, I know the answer.
I don't know. But I don't think it's coincidence or random.
Me either.
I'm sure the frustration in my voice is obvious. It always questions, and rarely ever answers. It's getting harder and harder to push them from my thoughts. Rather than repeat our goodbyes, Juliet placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder.
I have faith that when the time is right, you'll know what to do. Trust in yourself. The same way you look at Aspen and don't understand how she undervalues herself. Slow progress is still progress.
I nod, and she goes off to bed. Progress. I just wish I knew what it was I was progressing towards. Oh boy, we got Alina today. Also, I'm getting a little bit more scared because I'm worried about what challenges she might face if she drinks the Kool-Aid, you know? And I don't know if it's actually a thing that I need to be afraid of or not. But, yeah. Because we haven't talked at all about what the stakes are if she actually becomes a Chongo, you know? And so I feel like it gives me a nervous energy, even though I don't necessarily think I needed to be nervous about it. But also, I don't know what happens if it breaks, too. Because if it breaks, what happens then? Is she then going to be a fox forever? So she might have to drink the Kool-Aid. So that's what I'm worried about. About, like, her turning into a fox forever. You know, having the Bloodborne ending where you turn into a slug and you're being held by the doll, except that doll is Aspen and you're not a slug but you're a fox. That's what I'm worried about. But, you know, let's get a little bit of Lena palette cleanser. The rehearsals for the play carry on regularly over the month. We arrive at least once a week and sometimes more. Although I don't go to every single one of them, I go to lots. Aspen and Juliet are probably more excited about it than I am, and always encourage me before I go, even though I've told them several times that I'm not really participating that much. One out of the entire cast, there's definitely no one who works as hard as Lena and Cyrus do. Not only do those two have the most lines, but they have the most energy too. Considering how quiet Cyrus is when he's not acting, watching and hearing him perform with so much emotion is like seeing a whole new person. Even though the play isn't until December, more than a month away, neither of them ever slack off. When I'm there, I sometimes help out with things like organizing the props or handing out refreshments. The actual performance will be on a real stage, but we haven't been able to use one for practice yet. Sometimes I do have to perform my part, which usually means standing still in my costume, but sometimes having to move around. I'm not totally sure why they don't just use fake trees, but that's okay. I know, right? Why... In reality, why pay like a whole other actor to be your tree? At least have Miho be like the entire crew, right? Or part of the crew to like set up the stage, you know? Though I wasn't exactly looking forward to being part of this at first. The more time I spend at rehearsals, the more fun I have. Even though I have to meet most of the cast every time, they're all pretty friendly and easy to get along with. Even I can see the improvement that happens every week. Cyrus being good capitalist, giving every single tree a job. You know, every single prop on stage is another job. Everyone is getting better, not just Lena and Cyrus. Occasionally, other people in the park will stop by to watch for a bit, and they always clap or cheer when they're done or when they leave. Overall, the play is a nice distraction from the worries of my everyday life. It's nice to have one thing that I don't have to stress about. There's still a long way to go, but I know that just means we'll improve even more before the real thing. Surprising even myself, I'm looking forward to showing everyone just how hard we've been working. Okay. It's late, and the moon is high in the sky when there's suddenly a knock at my window. It was quite the transition. I burst up from my spot on the floor where I had been dozing. It's Silver, isn't it?
What the?
In the darkness, it takes a moment for me to discern the face behind the glass. When I do, it turns out to be the last person I'd expect.
Silver?
I pull the window open to where Silver is perched on a branch of a nearby tree.
What are... How did... Why not just use the door?
Come outside. I would speak with you.
Ignoring my questions like always, Silver stands up. I catch the corner of a cocky smile before she leaps from the branch, plummeting towards the ground below.
Hey!
Clutching the windowsill, I jam my head out the window, expecting to see her crumpled on the grass. Instead, I'm just in time to watch her nimbly land on her feet and transform before running off into the darkness behind the library. Oh, is she gonna tell her about, you gotta drink the Kool-Aid? No time to wait or even think about it, I follow after her. Of course, I take the stairs and go out the front door first. I transform right away and wrap around the building, expecting to have to chase after Silver, even though she came here. Instead, she hasn't gone far at all, just beyond the edge of the yard. She stands in her human form and stares out at the city below us. Many windows are dark, but many are illuminated too. The streetlights and lamps stand lit, even with nobody to use them. A warm yellow glow pushes away the darkness at the edges of town. Changing forms back as well, I walk over to stand beside her. Without looking at me, Silver extends an arm in front of her, as if reaching for the city. It's her wrist with her bracelet on it, yet her bead shines in the dark like another street lamp. Unhooking my necklace, I hold it out alongside hers. The glow of my bead is about as bright as hers. Scoffing, Silver lowers her arm, and I put my necklace back on. I wait for her to start talking, instead of saying anything myself. I find myself doing this a lot with Aspen and Juliet as well, although it's different. Not only was Silver the one who came to me, but anything I say would probably be ignored anyway. Sure enough, it isn't long before she twirls around to point a finger in my face.
Listen up, because I'm only going to tell you this once.
Okay, hope everybody's listening. That's one more time than I usually get. I nod, signaling for her to continue.
I simply couldn't watch you continue to wallow in ignorance. Whereas your magic causes those you encounter to forget about you, mine assists me in a different way. It tells me the truth of things, of people, human and fabled alike.
So she's seen a lot of truth in the people we've been hanging around with, and she don't like that truth, I think.
To my eyes, their emotions are as colors. Fear, like everything else, has its own glow. I've seen it ignite in my presence, at my command. In this way, I've survived. The betrayal of their hearts is twofold. They reveal unseen feelings that they try to mask with words. And the hearts of men are fickle besides. I've seen boredom turn to cruelty, fear become hatred. This is what I see, and you do not. The truth that lies behind all promises and pretenses. Today's friends are tomorrow's bitter foes.
Guess that's why she let her take the bird.
You should know all this. I know what it's like to be one of us. I know what you've lived through. And yet, even now...
She cuts herself off and scoffs. Or maybe it's her choking something back.
What color is mine right now?
To give her an out, I ask a question instead. Her eyes narrow, but with concentration, not irritation. As I stand there, I match her gaze. This is the first time we've really spoken normally, instead of her trying to pick a fight or hide from me. She's the first to look away, speaking to the ground.
The color of young spring. It's difficult to read the aura of our kind, requiring my concentration and focus. Even then, it's but a pale glow. With humans and most others, they cannot hide their light from me if they wanted to.
Like why you don't forget about me, right? Even though everyone else does.
She nods. I want to know what that color means to her. I also want to know why she's choosing to just tell me this after dodging everything else I've ever asked her. I'm sure she wouldn't tell me if I tried. There's something else I do have to ask, because I'm pretty sure I already know the answer.
Have you ever told anyone else?
Staring at the ground, it takes a long time before Silver shakes her head.
Thought so.
I don't think Silver's quite as old as I am, but she still spent decades on her own, if not longer, just like me. In all that time, any chances I might have had to do something different or change something, I just let pass me by. I never had any idea what I might be missing. Beside me, Silver adjusts her masks and shifts her weight to her good leg. She's about to transform and probably run away. She had to have some reason for bringing me out here, right? Was she hoping that I'd be the one to extend a hand? I think she'd get along with Aspen and Juliet once she had some time to warm up to them. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be having this conversation with her right now. Before she can change, I suddenly reach over and put my hand on Silver's shoulder. She stiffens and goes tense beneath my fingers, pulling away inconceivably fast. Facing me from a few meters away, I don't need to be able to read auras to detect the anger emanating from her.
I'm sorry.
Damn it, that was dumb, even for me. I hold up my hands, trying to show that I won't do that again.
I just...
Just what? Wanted to help her? Saying that would definitely make her hate me. Instead, I clamp my jaw shut before I make things worse. For a moment, her face softens and she looks torn. She dispels that by SMHing her head.
We're even now.
Within seconds, she's a fox. And then she's out of sight, out of the night, vanished into the darkness. This time, I don't even think about chasing her. I would have gotten upset too if one of my friends had done that to me early on too. But I don't think she'll hold it against me. At least, not any more than the rest of my existence. After all, I realized way too late. Her coming here in the first place was already her reaching out. If there's one thing I know for sure, it's that you can't rush these things.
I'm sorry. I hope I'll see you again soon.
You know, I guess she just wanted to tell her what the magic was. Essentially, that's it. Because, obviously, Mio's been curious about it. I don't yell, but I don't whisper either. I'm pretty sure that she's still close enough to be able to hear me. I've done about as much as I can. The rest is up to her. Alright. Well, we've been at this for a good 5 hours, so I think it's probably... Oh! Hold on here. Hold on. You saw that, right, didn't you? That there was like an image of, there's an image of Aspen back there when I pulled it up? Yeah. So I haven't seen this before, but I guess it just updates as the story updates. I did save, right? Yeah, we'll also overwrite the save just in case. Alright. Well, I think that's good for there. We'll pick this back up Wednesday or Thursday, probably. Depends on what else I'm gonna do. Tomorrow, gonna do some maps in 14. Gonna do some 14 shit. Tuesday, we're gonna go back to Tending Tuesday. More Valhalla. Hopefully we see some Donovan. We didn't get to see any Donovan on Saturday, by the way. Which is a fucking shame. Because Donovan is good, but we still had some good moments. It was a lot of emotional stuff on Saturday. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody who came today. Donovan is dead. No, Donovan can't be dead. No. We're gonna have more Donovan, don't you fucking worry. I won't go until there's another Donovan scene. Alright. So thank you everyone for your follows today, for stopping in today. Let me find a channel for us to raid. Thank you again, and I hope to see you guys back tomorrow. Let's see who we can raid here. Who is online right now? So we got Sabishi's online. Let's go my followers. Also Luciana Lunes. I haven't sent you guys to her yet, but I haven't really watched her a whole lot yet. Ishinai is online as well. Comes in with 100% change. I was gonna say he comes in with like a Hawaiian shirt and shit on. Alright. I'm gonna send you... Savishi's playing Total War Warhammer 3. I'm gonna send you to someone playing 14 then. How about that? I will send you over to Ishinai then, I think. Because Luciana is with a couple of people right now. I don't want to interrupt that, so I will send you over to Ishinai, who is going through Post Heaven's Ward and what looks like Alexander. So yeah, thank you again for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. I'll see you all tomorrow.